This is something agricultural landowners see all too often. Someone decides to use private property as if it was public land. While it may look innocent, it is actually against the law. That road between fields is not public property. It belongs to someone. You are on their property without permission. You are trespassing, and it's against the law. Respect the private property rights of others. Be a good neighbor, and don't trespass.
Good morning and welcome to the 4th Annual Canyon County Farm Bureau Pesticide Applicator Workshop. My name is Roger Batt. I'm the Executive Director of the Canyon County Farm Bureau, and I want to welcome you as members to this forum today, and I also want to thank you for your membership into the Farm Bureau. We have an excellent agenda prepared for you today. You'll receive 6 pesticide credits throughout the day. I also realize that some of you only need 1 or 2 credits for your licenses, and that's fine. What we will do throughout the day through each 1-hour portion is we will be sending an email to all of your email addresses. All you have to do is respond with an affirmative to a question that we ask, and that verifies you for credit for that session. I want to thank the Idaho State Department of Agriculture for working with us and for allowing us to have 6 credits for today's forum. With that, we will begin this morning with a great presentation from the 2,4-D Task Force Executive Director, Lindsay Thompson. She gives a great presentation to talk to us about 2,4-D, its history, as well as some of the legal and political challenges that's facing it today.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Thompson, and I am the Executive Director of the Industry Task Force 2 on 2,4-D research data, otherwise known as the 2,4-D Task Force. If you don't know, the 2,4-D Task Force is an industry-led task force which is focused on ensuring that sound scientific research and data collection is done in order to support the future registrations of both 2,4-D as the molecule, as well as products containing 2,4-D in both the U.S. and in Canada. Our members include the primary manufacturers of 2,4-D, which are Corteva, Agrigor, and New Farm. So how was 2,4-D discovered? And the simple way to put it is that 2,4-D was discovered as a solution to a problem. Dr. Franklin Jones had children that were highly allergic to poison ivy, and he was unable to control the poison ivy or broadleaf in general with any of the existing chemical control methods. And so as a result, he did some research and was able to discover 2,4-D just over 75 years ago. What is 2,4-D? So 2,4-D is an auxin-type herbicide that acts as a growth regulator. Interesting fact is that 2,4-D is in fact biodegradable as a compound, and it will quickly decompose when exposed to the environmental elements. 2,4-D works, as I said, as a growth regulator, or really I like to think of it as a deregulator, because when it is absorbed through the leaf pores and then translocates to the meristems of the plant where the growth occurs, it causes that plant to grow rapidly and unsustainably, which inhibits the ability of the plant to efficiently translocate nutrients and water to all of the areas of the plant, which ultimately ends up causing the stem to curl, the leaf to wither, and the plant to die. So I like to think of it as the plant again eventually grows itself to death. And 2,4-D is highly effective, as it has been for the past 75 years, in controlling broadleaf weeds. I've only been with the 2,4-D task force since October 1st. And so as I was doing my research on the history of 2,4-D, I found a couple of pretty interesting things that I would like to share with you today. So 2,4-D was patented in the U.S. on December 11th of 1945. It was first commercially available in 1947, and since then has become one of the most widely used herbicides in the world and one of the top 3 herbicides used in the U.S. 2,4-D formulations include esters, acids, and several salt forms as well. Potentially one of the most interesting things that I came across in that research is a several-page spread on 2,4-D in 1945 in Better Homes and Gardens magazine. And I think that that's interesting because here it is, an article, New TCP Kills Toughest Weeds. I really just, in today's day and age, can't imagine that much space in Better Homes and Gardens being dedicated to the discovery of a new herbicide because how we communicate with the public and what they're interested in has really changed over the years. As I mentioned, 2,4-D is one of the most widely used herbicide products throughout the world and especially in the U.S. It's used in agriculture in order to protect crop quality by controlling weeds, which increases our food yields and improves that food quality, and by contributing to food security, in turn lowers food prices. It's used in land management, so things like railroads and right-of-ways along roads, parks and trails and forests and open grasslands to manage invasive and poisonous weeds that can otherwise flourish in these landscapes if unmanaged. It's also used in lawn and turf, so safeguarding healthy grass from noxious and smothering weeds and promoting that soft green turf for traction and safety in sports and parks and on your own lawn. So a hot topic these days is food production and climate change. And I wanted to point out that 2,4-D is trusted by farmers to maximize crop growth and efficiently produce more food per acre. Now, why is it important to produce more food per acre? I think throughout the U.S., it's a common theme of urban sprawl and the loss of farmland year over year. And so farmers are being asked to grow more on less land in order to feed the growing population. So by controlling these broadleaf weeds that try to outcompete crops for nutrients and water, 2,4-D saves billions of dollars in food costs and lost crops each year. 2,4-D also has the benefit of keeping costs to farmers low on managing weeds across multiple crops. You also see here that some of the environmental benefits of 2,4-D can include improved water availability and water quality by allowing for no-till systems and reducing the loss of that soil and the nutrients. Improved air quality, again, because of reduced soil disturbance. Reduced fertilizer use by improving nutrient use efficiency within your crop without those competing weeds. And overall, a reduced carbon footprint. I think that we don't talk about enough the improvements that herbicide technology have allowed farmers to make in conservation. And so I am from Maryland, and Maryland has one of the highest rates of no-till per acre in the country. And I was with a farmer one time, and they were talking in front of a peer group of theirs. And they said, when you're driving through fields in the spring in a rural area, and you smell that earthy smell from tillage. And he said, well, that smell is carbon being released into the atmosphere. And so by having chemical controls in place such as 2,4-D, in order to manage weeds without the need for excessive tillage, we are maintaining that soil structure and we're maintaining that carbon in the soil using the soil as a carbon bank. I touched briefly on the economic benefits of 2,4-D, but I wanted to put a little bit of a finer point on that. And so the first economic benefit study on 2,4-D was done in 1996 and was updated in 2018 as a result of the re-registration review for 2,4-D. And that benefit study, which can be viewed on our website in its entirety, found that the loss of access to 2,4-D would most certainly force applicators to switch to more expensive alternative herbicides and likely also result in decreased crop yield through the loss of the availability of that tool in their toolbox. And so the cost increases associated with such a ban range anywhere from $183 to $612 million, and that is inclusive of both agricultural crop and non-crop uses annually. I did pull out a specific figure for seed crops, and the estimate was approximately $620,000 in economic impact per year if you no longer had 2,4-D available for use. So you're going to have to bear with me for a moment to kind of talk through the history of 2,4-D here. But the point is really that, 2,4-D became widely used and has provided an economical option for selective post-emergence control of broadleaf weeds in a large variety of crops and non-crops. So it's an important tool that has been around for a long time and has been reviewed and re-reviewed, and continually the science backs 2,4-D. So I'm going to start all the way back here in 1945 when the patent was issued, and then in 1947 when it was first registered for crop and turf grass use in the U.S. In 1964, studies showed that weeds destroy anywhere between 30 and 35% of crop yields, and 2,4-D becomes even more popular as a weed control solution. Between the years of 1970 and 1975, the World Health Organization reviewed 2,4-D, and then in 1977 and 1987, IARC, which we'll talk about here in a little bit, a committee of the World Health Organization shows no evidence that 2,4-D can be linked to cancer. Jumping to 1996, the World Health Organization reviews pesticide residues in food. Once again, 2,4-D is listed as not a risk to human health when it comes to food residues. In 2001, the European Commission, and Europe tends to be much more cautionary when it comes to pesticides, determines that there is no evidence that 2,4-D causes cancer. In 2003, New Zealand and their pesticide agency finds no carcinogenic effects of 2,4-D. In 2005, EPA rules no risk of concern to human health when used according to the labeled directions. And we'll talk about that here soon in a little while as well. In 2007, EPA concluded a 21-year review of 2,4-D. In 2008, Health Canada and their pesticide registration and regulation agency declared 2,4-D met their strict health and safety standards for continued use. In 2011, in Denmark and Sweden, 2,4-D was approved for use and registered there. In 2012, EPA asserted that their previous assessments of 2,4-D were sound and denied the NRDC petition, the Natural Resource Defense Council petition, to review 2,4-D ahead of its scheduled timeline. In 2013, the Canadian Pesticide Regulation Agency reviewed new studies that became available and continued to approve 2,4-D for use in Canada. And then again in 2014, EPA confirmed the existing uses of 2,4-D that were already registered, as well as expanded new uses in corn and soybeans, while at the same time, a peer review was done by Europe's EFSA, and they identified no concerns for consumer use of 2,4-D. So again, you heard me go through this long timeline, but I think that it's helpful that you're hearing that agencies in the US and throughout the world have reviewed 2,4-D for its human health risk and continued to approve those products for use. So the science behind 2,4-D. So 2,4-D has a 75-year history of ongoing research, data development, and evaluation by both public and private institutions. Multiple regulatory agency reviews have occurred in recent years. So EPA made their registration eligibility decision in 2005. EPA decided not to conduct a special review, which I alluded to in the last slide, in response to an NRDC petition in 2007. PMRA in Canada did a reevaluation in 2008 and continued to register 2,4-D for use. EPA approved new uses in corn and soybeans in 2014, and the EU authority did their review in 2015 as well. So continued data development is important in order to respond to new scientific advances and scientific information as it becomes available. Agencies that evaluate 2,4-D and other pesticides, it's important that they use all available data and other information to assess risk of continued use and can make assumptions that there are reasonable certainty of no harm when used according to the labeled directions. So the amount of research on 2,4-D is really quite amazing, primarily as a factor of that it's been around for 75 years, right? And continual research over that time means that this continuous data development and re-evaluation, more about 2,4-D is known than almost any other crop protection tool. And so the most intense re-registrations and re-evaluations have occurred in North America and globally over the last 30 years. And 2,4-D remains registered globally in more than 90 countries. It's interesting to think about it visually, right? But if all academic studies on 2,4-D were stacked on top of each other, they would be taller than Niagara Falls. I have personally never been to Niagara Falls. I've seen pictures and videos, and it's pretty huge. But if you just stack those studies one on top of the other, it's enough to be even taller than Niagara Falls. You heard me talk about IARC earlier during the timeline discussion. And IARC is the International Agency for Research on Cancer through the World Health Organization. It's a committee of the World Health Organization. And in 2015, IARC initiated a review of 2,4-D at the same time that they initiated a review of glyphosate. And as a result of that review, 2,4-D maintains its 2B categorization, which means that it is possibly carcinogenic. And this was based on the fact that epidemiological studies did not find any strong or consistent increases in risk of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or other cancers in relation to 2,4-D exposure. In contrast, glyphosate was listed as probably carcinogenic to humans. So 2,4-D is possibly, glyphosate is probably, which is a group 2A. This, however, was also based on limited evidence of cancer in humans from real-world exposures that have actually occurred, and what they considered to be sufficient evidence in experimental animals. And so going through this review at the same time, what ultimately made the difference for 2,4-D maintaining its possibly carcinogenic category? And for reference, there are many, many things that we come in contact with every single day, including foods and beverages that are listed as possibly carcinogenic. But I think what really made the difference was that 75-year history of sound scientific research and data collection on 2,4-D to support the reasonable assurance that there are not links to non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or causing other cancers by 2,4-D if used appropriately according to the labeled directions. I wanted to touch briefly on the technology and how that's changed over time. And so here on this slide, you will see application of pesticides. I can't say that they are particularly 2,4-D or not, in both agricultural and right-of-way weed control. And so you can see here with the agricultural sprayer that it is open cab, no cover. Can't really tell if the individual is wearing personal protective equipment or not. But essentially the risk of exposure to whatever product it is that they are spraying is probably much greater than it would be today. You see in the right-of-way spraying, he's not wearing any PPE, and we would just really never see that today. And so looking at our technology today, you can see here a sprayer that this one probably has approximately 90 to 120 foot booms, adjustable nozzles, interchangeable nozzles, and a closed cab to reduce exposure to the pesticide. So the last thing that I'll say here before we move more specifically into the safety and use of 2,4-D is that safe exposure limits work like a buffer. Scientists study the data to find the levels of 2,4-D that something could be, or someone could be exposed to without any adverse effect. Then they apply a safety factor on top of that level to ensure that most any person could come into contact with this product, and it's thousands of times lower than any level that could cause concern. You heard me say earlier that the EPA, during their registration process, evaluates the science to ensure that there is reasonable assurance of no harm when used according to the labeled directions. And I like to say that the label is the law, and following the label of any pesticide is extremely important. And so I've included some excerpts from the label for 2,4-D here. And the first thing that I'll point out is that 2,4-D is corrosive. And so it can cause severe irritation to your eyes if exposed. Can also be harmful if swallowed or absorbed through your skin. And so it's important to wear PPE or personal protective equipment. All mixers, loaders, applicators, flaggers, and other handlers, so basically anybody who is coming in contact or could potentially come into contact with 2,4-D, according to the label, is required to wear eye protection. You want to wear long sleeved shirts and pants, shoes and socks, and chemical resistant gloves. The only exception to the chemical resistant gloves would be if you are doing an application using ground boom equipment, such as the one that I showed you in a previous slide, aerial application by pilots or flaggers. You also want to wear a chemical resistant apron when mixing or loading the product, as well as cleaning up any spills or while cleaning out your equipment, if there's the risk of you being exposed to the concentrate of 2,4-D. For agricultural use, in addition to the personal protective equipment requirements, there's also requirements for re-entry. And so you will see on the label here, it says, do not enter or allow workers to re-enter a treated area during the restrictive entry interval, or the REI, of 48 hours. So after you've applied 2,4-D, you're not going to want to go back into that crop field for 48 hours, unless, of course, you are wearing the proper PPE. But as with any application, avoiding the area for that 48-hour interval is important. Stewardship. So we all want to be good neighbors, protect our crops as well as others. And so a hot topic lately has been spray drift management. And as you can see, the excerpt from the label here says that there are a variety of factors that can impact spray drift, including weather conditions such as wind direction, wind speed, temperatures, and relative humidity. So there are parameters for each of those in the label, as well as consideration for the method of application, whether that be ground boom, aerial, air blast, chemigation. All of these things can influence the propensity of a pesticide to drift. And so the applicator is required to evaluate all of the factors and make the appropriate adjustments when applying this product in different conditions. Some of those adjustments can include droplet size, whether that is coarser or finer, depending on the mixture that you're using. You're going to want to evaluate wind speed and direction for sure, and the presence of susceptible plants for off-target damage, and also evaluate temperature inversions. It's important to make sure that your equipment is properly maintained and calibrated. Some of those maintenance requirements could include, cleaning out your tank and making sure that you're doing the proper rinsing in between applications. And you also want to evaluate whether there are other state or local requirements for the application of that pesticide. So states in their own evaluation and registration of pesticides can choose to implement things that are stricter than. They cannot do less than the EPA requirements on the label, but based on their own local factors, such as proximity to things like susceptible plants, they can make further requirements for those applicators. Something that I was asked to touch on is kind of the policy and political climate around pesticide regulation. And so one thing that I would like to bring to your attention is that there was a bill filed in the 2020 Congress called Protect America's Children from Toxic Pesticides Act. Essentially, this bill is a bill to amend FIFRA, which is the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act that governs the regulation, registration and re-registration and review of pesticides. So it proposes a myriad of amendments to FIFRA and also outright bans certain chemistries, including chlorpyrifos as an example. Some of the provisions of this bill would be that it removes preemption. So many states enjoy pesticide preemption, where the states and localities cannot impose regulatory requirements or bans on pesticides beyond that of the federal regulations. It also requires EPA to consider studies that do not use good laboratory practices during the registration and registration review process. Why is this problematic? Because you can have many different studies that have questionable ways in which they are conducted, things like inserting numbers for non-detects, and a variety of other just not good laboratory practices that could skew that registration review process in a direction that is not scientifically sound. It also requires EPA to put on hold registrations of products that are deemed as unsafe by the European Union until EPA conducts a thorough re-review of that product. You heard me say earlier that while the European Union has continually re-registered 2,4-D as a herbicide, they do often implement the precautionary principle and are much more aggressive in limiting and banning pesticides. And so we as the industry feel as though this is not a good approach to take. I'll talk in a little bit about the EPA registration process and how robust that is, and that we really don't feel like EPA should be beholden to or having to rely upon regulatory decisions from other bodies outside of the U.S. Another trend that we're seeing is action outside of the regulatory process. So those that would seek to limit or ban the use of a certain pesticide or all pesticides in some cases have gone outside of the regulatory process to modes of action that are not scientific or regulatory processes in hopes of, again, banning or limiting the use of certain pesticides. Something that we've seen recently, specifically out there on the West Coast, is the movement to the courts. So lawsuits both in the civil arena, from plaintiffs causing harm, also from advocacy organizations claiming that EPA is not following certain procedures or being protective enough of endangered species, etc. The state legislative bans and restrictions have also become particularly popular. So this would be a state legislature issuing a bill to ban a pesticide or restrict the use of that pesticide on a statewide basis. And then local and municipal bans and restrictions. So this is counties and municipalities. In most cases, they have been either banning or restricting the use of pesticides in more of the commercial lawn care, turf side of things, but we have seen attempts on agriculture as well. So why is this a problem? It creates the confusion, number one, of applicators of what they are and are not able to use and where and how, and the potential for a patchwork of 50 different states with all different regulations around pesticides, as well as the fact that not all of these states and localities are set up in such a way that they have the scientific expertise, knowledge, and capacity to really review pesticides in the same way that EPA does, which I will talk about here in the next slide. So for initial registration of a pesticide, which as far as like a new pesticide, herbicide, we've seen a couple recently, but it doesn't happen a whole lot as of late. And so the process for registering a pesticide, first of all, I'll say that it takes a long time. So research, development, registration, on average, 10 to 13 years for a product to come to market, and upwards of $200 million in research and development. So it's not a short process and it's not a cheap process. And that process is scientific, legal, and administrative, through which EPA examines the ingredients of a pesticide, what site or crop it is intended to be used, the amount, frequency, and timing of that use, as well as the storage and disposal requirements and practices, which we haven't talked about a whole lot, but it's not just about how, when, and where you can apply a pesticide and who can apply that pesticide, but it's also really important to abide by the labeled directions for storage and safe disposal of pesticide products. Through that process, EPA and its experts develop risk assessments that evaluate the potential for harm to humans, wildlife, fish, and plants. And something that has been especially interesting lately and at the forefront has been endangered species and the Endangered Species Act compliance, as well as any potential impacts on non-target organisms or plants, as well as the potential for contamination of surface water, groundwater, whether it be by leaching, runoff, or spray drift. And so that's all for the initial registration of a pesticide. Re-registration happens through statute every 15 years or sooner if a special review is initiated. And EPA initiates this process by opening a public docket for that pesticide registration review case, and includes in that a preliminary work plan, which provides facts about the pesticide and its use, any anticipated risk assessment or data needs, as well as an estimated timeline for review. One comment that I will make here is that the anticipated risk assessment and data needs. So, as I mentioned earlier, 2,4-D has been the subject of practically continuous scientific research and data collection over the past 75 years. And so during these re-registration periods, it's important for EPA to consider any new science that has come about since the last re-registration of a product. Also included in the re-registration process, there are focus meetings with stakeholders to enhance transparency and involvement. There will oftentimes be an updated or new risk-benefit assessment, and then call for additional data needs or a data call-in. And so that's the primary function of the task force. So the task force, through a collective contribution of the members to research and development, will respond to these data call-ins from EPA. And so we are continually monitoring the requirements and anticipating what new information might be needed during the re-registration process. So moving forward into the re-registration process, EPA will publish a Federal Register notice that announces the availability of the new proposed registration review decision and allows for a 60-day period of public comment, at least 60 days. We have seen as of late petitions to extend those comment periods by activists in order to both give people more time to comment, but also sometimes as a delay tactic. The proposed decision and the basis for those decisions will be available in the pesticide registration review docket. So in that docket, they will present their findings regarding the FIFRA standards, including the results of any formal Endangered Species Act consultations, if required. They propose modifications to the way the pesticide is used if the risk concerns warrant. They state whether EPA believes additional data is needed, and if so, they issue a data call-in to the registrant, which in the case of 2,4-D, they would issue that data call-in to the 2,4-D task force. They specify any proposed label changes, so that could be as a result of any risk concerns identified. They could require additional personal protective equipment. They could require additional limitations on the manner and conditions under which the product could be applied. And so we've seen this on products such as neonicotinoids through their pollinator risk assessment. They put new restrictions on the label that require applicators to do things such as observe and look for the presence of pollinators, not to apply to any flowering plants, to limit application to periods of time outside of foraging, etc. And then finally, EPA will identify the deadlines for completing any required actions by the registrant. And so here you will see the timeline for re-registration for 2,4-D. And so there was a docket opened in 2012 for registration review, for which the final work plan was issued in 2013. In September of 2013, the 2,4-D task force received a data call-in, and we submitted that data in 2014. The EPA draft risk assessments were published in May of 2017 for a 60-day comment period. EPA's draft human health risk assessment was then published in 2017 for a 60-day comment period. Mitigation discussions with Pesticide Reevaluation Division were had by the task force in 2018. And then in June of 2018, EPA proposed an interim registration review decision which was then signed. And so what are we waiting for, right? We are waiting for that interim registration review decision to be posted and open up that 60-day public comment period. And then after that 60-day public comment period, assuming all goes well, EPA will respond to any public comments, and we are hoping to have a final interim registration review decision in calendar year 2021. That being said, the use of 2,4-D is still perfectly allowable through this entire process. We do understand that when potentially, I guess at this point, a new administration were to come in, EPA and other agencies oftentimes take some time to review what has been done and aren't too quick to come out with any registration or review decisions too quickly after they take office. So we anticipate that, that could take a little bit longer, but we are hoping, like I said, to have that registration review decision in 2021. And at such time as that public comment period is to be reopened, we will be very likely reaching out to constituents such as yourself in order to provide comments on that decision. And so something that I am very proud of, you'll see here that we have recently launched a new website. 2,4D.org is the consumer or landing site website that has news stories, benefit information, and then you can also go to the technical website, which is really just a wealth of information. All of the registration and review decisions from countries all over the world, the availability of scientific studies on that site, as well as the economic analysis that we talked about earlier. So if any of you ever have any questions or concerns or issues around 2,4-D, my email is there. I encourage you to reach out to me and I will help you the best that I can. And if I cannot do that, I will certainly get you to the right person. So again, please feel free to reach out at any time. I'd like to thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you today. And I hope that the information that I went over was helpful to you. And with that, I am going to end my presentation and take any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you very much for that great presentation and all that wonderful information. We appreciate what the 2,4-D Task Force does for the industry to help keep this product alive in the last 75 years. If you did not have a chance to respond to my email, please do so. We want to make sure that you get your pesticide credit for this 1-hour block. At this point, we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we will see you back at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Be alert, be patient, stay alive. It's springtime. Farmers are back on the road and they drive big equipment. They sometimes need extra room on the narrow rural roadways. Be agri-friendly. Slow down, take a deep breath, and relax. When passing, make sure farmers see you. The last thing you need is an accident.
Welcome back, and thank you again for joining us today for the Pesticide Applicator Workshop on behalf of the Canyon County Farm Bureau. The next presentation is Rhonda Hernick, and she is the IR4 Program Coordinator for the state of Idaho. Rhonda gives a great presentation about IR4 program projects, as well as what's going to be reviewed by the EPA. Let's welcome Rhonda today.
This presentation today is about the IR4 project, and it's the Minor Use Pesticide Program. So for those of you who don't know me, I have been around for several years, but I am the IR4 State Liaison Representative. I work at the University of Idaho here in Boise, and I'm the statewide pesticide coordinator for the university. So here I have my email address and my telephone number in case you have questions or want more information on this project after today's presentation. Please feel free to contact me and we'll have a visit. So I wanted to give some credit here to Jerry Barron. He's our national director of the IR4 program. He sent me several of his slides that he's used for presentations on the project. So a lot of these slides came from Jerry. I also wanted to just mention that a couple of these pictures are here in Idaho. This is Whale Meeks. He's pulling down hop vines over there at Parma. And here we have we're wetting an onion field with an irrigation project over in Parma, irrigation and pesticide project over in Parma. So really the purpose of this IR4 project is to facilitate crop protection tools for these specialty crops that don't always get registrations on the initial labels. So IR4 is a kind of a strange name, but it stands for the Interregional Project Number 4, and it is a USDA program funded mostly by USDA. And it's an interregional project, and they went 60 years ago when they started doing these projects, they just started numbering them. So this was the fourth one in line, and thus that's how it gets its name, IR4 project. So probably preaching to the choir here on this slide, but just a reminder that I think it's good for us to remember the benefits of pest management, and also, maybe reminding our neighbors of why we do what we do. But it's important for us to keep our crops healthy, keep our crop yields up, our quality up, because we're feeding the world basically with these commercial productions. We're creating jobs and we're providing economic enhancement, not only to our local communities, but the state and the nation. So just a little bit of background about IR4 and kind of its thought process, its mission, if you will. But we do have a modern minor use problem. So when we say minor use, we're basically talking about crops or uses on a pesticide label that aren't really, haven't been added by the initial registrant. So we have an area of the country that has one specific problem. Maybe we need to address it with a pesticide that hasn't been labeled for that use. What's happening now in this day and age is we're dealing with a lot of export issues. Most of you have probably experienced that. We use pesticides in the U.S. A lot of our commodities are exported. You ship to another country, they don't accept it because they don't have the same tolerance level that the U.S. has established. We also have a lot of issues with data needs, efficacy, or crop performance. Some of these pesticides have been tested for just major crops that the registrant worked on and put on their label. And we have a declining workforce in the land-grant universities. There's not as much research being done on some of these, testing some of these chemicals. So we do have gaps in our data. And without these performance trials, the registrants don't have the comfort level with how well that chemical works, and they're not always willing to pay for them. So IR4 has done some studies and paid for studies in this area because There is such a need. We have to have the performance data. Obviously, we want to make sure it works. We want to make sure it isn't phytotoxic to our crop before we pursue an expensive registration process. A lot of you are familiar with pest resistance. This is another issue that keeps popping up. We're trying to look at products that maybe help us deal with this area. We have use restrictions on a lot of pesticides, environmental concerns, public health, as our ag-urban interface expands. We have schools and hospitals nearby, farm fields, so we have to look at potential for drift and off-target movement of chemicals. So there's a lot of new issues that we weren't dealing with even 10 years ago. And then, of course, public acceptance. I probably don't have to tell you this, but a lot of people have a bad image of chemicals or pesticides. They don't fully understand how they're used. They see them as creating a toxicity issue in their environment. So we have a lot of public acceptance issues that we have to deal with. So the mission for IR4 is to facilitate regulatory approval of pest management technology for specialty crops and specialty uses, and to promote the public well-being. I know that's a mouthful, but in a nutshell, EPA registers all of our pesticides, but we also have to have the chemical company or the registrant support, because they have to support their labels, and they're the ultimate entity that submits the label to EPA for approval. And I think we all want products that work well. We want to have sustainable systems with, we have a lot of cropping systems, a lot of rotational crops. So there's a lot of issues that we have to look at. And this is part of the big picture that IR4 is trying to make sure they cover all of these concerns. IR4 project does have lots of partners. I'm not going to go through all these on the slide. I just thought it was a good graphic to show you, but a lot of commodity groups partner with the IR4 project. They either support us with funding to help cover some of the extra costs that might entail from a study, and they also help us work with researchers at universities to try to get some of these studies conducted. We have partnerships with the crop protection industry. Obviously, without them, we don't have the labels. So we partner with these biopesticide companies and the traditional chemical companies. There's been a lot of reorganization, as most of you probably know, but we're hanging in there, and sometimes we're not sure who we're supposed to talk to, but we figure it out. And IR4 headquarters does a really good job of coordinating with all these companies, and they have contacts. They meet with them on a regular basis to just say, are you interested in supporting this chemical if we pursue additional labels on specialty crops? They make sure the company has given us the green light before we proceed, because these studies are expensive, and it is publicly funded program. So we want to be good stewards of those funds, and we want to make sure that if we do all the work and pay for all the studies, that the chemical company will, in the end, support the project and add this crop to their label if everything, checks out. Some additional partners in the program, I've already mentioned USDA. So we have the several branches of USDA. We have the National Institute for Food and Agriculture. They are the main funder of this project. And then we have the Ag Research Service, the ARS. We work a lot with the Foreign Ag Service and APHIS. And especially I'll talk about the Foreign Ag Service piece a little bit later, but we're dealing with all of these international export issues. So they've become a big partner in what we do. Obviously, we partner with our state land grant universities, such as the University of Idaho. So University of Idaho supports my position. And we also have some other folks that work in this program, and we support Will Meeks' position, who's our research director. And without this support at the university, we wouldn't really be able to have a full-fledged program here. So the university does pitch in quite a bit of money to support this program through the Ag Experiment Station. And of course, EPA. I know some people don't see EPA as a partner, but they are very interested in supporting these specialty crop registrations. They're very supportive of the IR4 project. And without their help, a lot of these international projects probably wouldn't have become a reality. Before I move on to the main part of this presentation, which is the food crop program, I just thought I'd mention this environmental horticulture program because some of you folks in the Seed Association I think some of you work with ornamental crops or flower crops. We do have a program at IR4. It's a small piece, but we test pesticides for ornamental crops, floriculture, environmental horticulture, and some invasive pests. And the label expansion is the major focus. So obviously we're not concerned about food residues. These aren't food crops, but we are concerned about proving that the chemical works and that we don't have crop damage or damage to the ornamentals if we use it. So these are studies that we pay for. We prioritize these projects at a national level. IR4 pays for these. And then if the data is adequate, the chemical company will then add these crops or these ornamental crops to their label. So what I want to really spend most of my time on today is the food crop program. I did include the website here for the IR4 project so that you could, if you're interested, you can get on their website and look through the different programs they have. So the food crop program, we cover several areas. Our main focus is this magnitude of residue studies. And this is the meat and potatoes of the program, if you will. So we have to know what the potential residues are in a crop from using a new pesticide. We have to evaluate that amount, that level. It's then sent to EPA for review. And if we are within an acceptable tolerance, then that will be approved at within an acceptable residue level, then they will approve a tolerance. We also have to look at this product performance, and we say targeted here next to this. What we've done is we have some projects that look very promising for new labels, but we don't have enough performance data, and the chemical company is not willing to accept the product or the crop on a label until this performance data is completed. So in those cases, this is the only holdup to getting a label. So IR4 does set aside a small amount of money in the food crop program to test product performance, but it's very targeted, usually on just a couple cropping systems where we have a real need for it. We've also worked on crop grouping, which helps us expand our labels quite a bit, and I'll talk about that briefly here in a little bit. We have a new program I'll talk about here in a second. It's the Integrated Solutions program. And then, of course, I think almost all of you are familiar with the international issue and an MRL. MRL is the maximum residue level, and a lot of our countries that we ship to are setting up these MRLs. In the US, we call them tolerances, but at the global level, they are called MRLs. So let's just walk through the different stages of how a project gets into the IR4 system. So the IR4 project is a bottom-up program. We start with the stakeholders, with the growers or the researchers, depending on where the work or the need comes from. We figure out what the pest problem is. We generally have people testing different chemicals to see what works best. And at that point, once we kind of figure something out, a relationship between a good chemical and a pest problem, then people will come to the IR4 project and request assistance. And this is where I can come in and help. You know, I don't get out in the field that much, but I try to make contact with different commodities. And I work with Roger Batt quite a bit on these programs. So if you have an issue and you're just not sure about it, the best bet is to contact either Roger or myself right away. And we'll sit down and see if we can figure out a solution. And it may be that we have to back up a step and get somebody out in the field to look at some trials to just kind of see what we think might work. But I can help you get that project down that pathway. I can try to help you make those contacts, and then we can get that project eventually into the national system for study. So here's the second stage. The stakeholder submits a project clearance request form, or a PCR. And in Idaho, a lot of times I'm the one who does this for you. It doesn't have to be that way, but sometimes those forms can be confusing. So people just say, hey, would you do it? So I don't mind doing that. But once we get to the point where we have a pest problem identified, we have a chemical that we know works, we have kind of the rates. Maybe they don't have to be perfectly fine-tuned, but we kind of know how we want to use the chemical. We have some ideas. We're confident that it's going to work. We're confident that we don't have crop damage or crop injury. Then we'll fill out this PCR, and that PCR then launches it into this national database that IR4 maintains of all the requests from all over the US. And once it's in that system, it kind of starts the ball rolling. At that point, IR4 will go to the manufacturer or the registrant and review this request and say, hey, we've got this request from Idaho. If we do the research on this, will you support it? So it kind of gets the ball rolling with not only us at IR4 and the researchers, but with that very important chemical company connection. Because remember, they're the ones that write the labels. They're the ones that support those labels, both legally and financially. So without their support, we aren't able to maintain or obtain a label. So the third step in here is, once the registrants reviewed it and they've given us the green light, all of these requests get prioritized at a national workshop, and it's generally held in September. It's a 2 or 3 day workshop. This year we did it virtually, obviously. We generally meet somewhere at the national level, and all of these projects from all over the US are discussed and prioritized. And in some cases, a request from the West may be also of interest to someone from the Midwest, and so we work together to try to figure out how to get the label for the whole area if we need to. So when we sit down in September, we're actually reviewing and prioritizing projects that will be done the following growing season. So for this year in 2020 at our meeting, we prioritize projects that will be in the field in 2021. The projects are prioritized based on the funding level. So we have X dollars, and with those, we know about how many studies we can do for that amount of money. So we have to prioritize the projects based on this finite number of studies that are allowed based on our budget. Following that food use workshop, then there is a national planning meeting, and this is where all of the IR4 national people, researchers, and the regional director. So we have a regional director at California, and I'll talk about that in a second. They all get together and say, okay, we can take these studies in our region, we can do this many trials, and they organize how the studies are going to be done and where they're going to be conducted throughout the US. Once that's all done and they get out into the field, we have to follow good laboratory practices in the field. In other words, these studies have to be done under very, very tight and stringent protocols. And it makes sense if you think about it. These are potential food uses. So if we're going to harvest this commodity and provide a food crop to our citizens, we want to ensure that we aren't leaving high residues of pesticides on those crops. So these studies are very intense. They're very intricate. They're done, even though they're done outdoors with Mother Nature, so we do have a few hiccups because Mother Nature doesn't always cooperate. The studies are very tightly controlled as much as possible out in the field. When the studies are completed, we harvest the commodity, then that commodity or that sample is shipped off to a laboratory that specializes in that particular chemistry, and then they evaluate what residues are in that crop. And there's lots of pieces and parts to this, but depending on how the crop is used. You may have to sample the actual edible part of the crop, but then you may have to also do samples for the forage if folks want to be able to send livestock out into the field to graze that forage. So there's lots of different pieces to this part of it. Once this is all completed and it's analyzed, the data is then submitted to EPA for their review. EPA then does have to approve this and set a tolerance for that special crop with that chemical. And once that tolerance is established, the manufacturer is free at that point to add that crop to their label. So this is, as you can see, a very intricate process. And this is a busy slide. I don't want to spend a lot of time here, but it's a very detailed process. And there's a lot of steps along the way. We do pretty well with IR4. We usually get things done within 3 to 4 years. Normally, it might take a registrant, even up to 10 years to get a new label. So we're pretty efficient. We get it done pretty quickly, but it still takes, at the minimum, 3 years to go from the beginning when the test is in the field to getting that that tolerance established. So I just want to point out on these studies, these are the EPA regions where residue data is measured. So we're up here in region 11. So if we want to label for Idaho or Eastern Washington or Eastern Oregon, the study has to be conducted. So many studies have to be conducted in region 11. If we want a study or a pesticide for west of the Rockies, then we have to do studies in this region 9, 10, 11, 12, and they're all defined. It's all defined by law how many studies have to be done in each region. If it's a national label, then studies have to be done in selected areas throughout the U.S. And, as most of you know, in California, they do have some different regulations. So sometimes there are different requirements for California labels, and I really don't know all the requirements there. I can't get into that discussion. So our food crop program has been very successful. In 2019, we registered 1,545 new uses. For 2020, we're projecting about 700 new uses. And in the 57 years that IR4 has been doing this, we've cleared more than 22,000 pesticide products for specialty crops in the U.S. So some of the 2020 studies, we had 67 studies in the U.S., which resulted in 483 field trials. A lot of these are done in the West, also, I might add. We have had a declining number of studies and field trials based on the budget. I'll talk about the budget in a minute, but our funding remains flat from Congress, and as the cost of doing business goes up, it reduces the number of our studies overall. We have had assistance from the Foreign Ag Service or the TASC. In California, if there's studies for California, they have some funding that they will pitch in to help offset some of the costs, because California does have extra data requirements in order to get these studies done. So let me bring it closer to home here. We are broken up into 4 regions throughout the U.S. So Idaho is part of the Western region. We have a regional director. His name is Michael Horak, and he is based at the University of California, Davis. So Michael works with the 14 states in the West. So we have Hawaii, Alaska, and all the Western states from Colorado West, Montana West. And at that regional center, he has several staff that work there, and they help him prioritize these studies, and then they assign studies to various research stations throughout the Western states in order to cover those data requirements that have been determined by the study protocol. They're responsible for making sure that the residue samples the residue tests are conducted properly and the sampling is done properly. and they do a lot of quality assurance in the field and at the laboratory level to ensure this is done. And this is all highly regulated, and we have EPA audits periodically to make sure that the data is being generated properly, the studies are being conducted properly. So just thought I'd throw this picture, and this is the motley crew. This was most of the Western region folks on a field tour last year in California when we could still get together face to face, or 2 years ago, I think. So the Idaho IR4 program, we average anywhere from 12 to 15 studies a year. It just depends on the need, but we do have a field station in Idaho. So we are a formal partner in this Western region system. So in other words, the Western region gets assigned so many studies, and then they, at the Western region level, will assign these studies out to these field centers that are strategically located in the West. So Idaho does have a field center, and I'll show you a picture of that in a second. We do have permanent plots that we've set up in Parma, or at the Parma station, for clover seed and hops. So whenever there's a clover seed study or a hop study, guaranteed those studies will come to our field station because we have set up an arrangement with Parma to have these permanent locations over there, just reserved for IR4. Idaho is one of the 2 field centers for our residue region, which is number 11. So this is critical. Prosser's the other one. So any field study that has to be conducted in this particular residue region 11 has to be done in Prosser and Idaho. So we play a very important role in this regional program and nationally. And I know we're a small state and we don't have the same production as Washington or California, but we are a very crucial state to this Western region process. There's 11 field centers in the Western region, and we are one of those. So here's a map that shows the infrastructure. So here we are. The field center's technically in Kimberly because that's where Will Meeks is stationed out of. We have a center in Prosser. We also have ARS has a center up here. And there's a center in Oregon, which is in the Willamette Valley. So actually that's in a different growing region. So what they do over there is different from what we do. And then of course we have all of the California stations. And then we have another center down here in New Mexico. And they primarily focus on peppers and some of those southwestern crops. So you can see we're very, and there's a station in Hawaii, forgot to mention that. So you can see that Idaho plays a very crucial role because there's no other field centers in the western part of the U.S. that cover our area, just Prosser and the University of Idaho's field center. And I just want to say thank you to the commodity groups because this probably wouldn't have happened without your support. We had a lot of support from commodity groups, a lot of interest in the IR4 project over the years, and that has led to financial support for Will Meeks's position, which has enabled us to maintain this field center. So I mentioned Will. He is our field center director, and he's located out of Kimberly. He has a technician that works with him, Alexis Thompson, and she's a research technician, and she's a University of Idaho employee out of Kimberly. And then myself, and I'm the University of Idaho representative, and I basically oversee the project. Will and Alexis do all of the field work and all of the studies. They are also audited by the Western Region Quality Assurance Team, and periodically they will be audited by an EPA representative, and they'll come to Idaho and they'll review what Will and Alexis are doing. Since we are an established field center, we have to be audited by the EPA on a regular basis. So let me just share the studies that we are finishing up, probably finished by now for 2020. Some of these go on a while because we have various harvest dates. But we did some studies on lima bean. It was Lorax herbicide. You'll see a lot of herbicides here. Another lima bean study. We had an insecticide agromech we looked at on sugar beet. That was a request from the growers. Of course, dry bulb onion is always problematic with our thrips, so we've been looking at bee leaf. There's a numbered compound we tested on hops. Dry pea, we did a herbicide study, a combination. And then we looked at S-metolachlor or dual on camelina and chia. So you can see some of these crops are pretty special, small acreage crops. And some may not be that common as Idaho commodities, but remember, we're part of that support system for the Western region. So if we can grow the crop here, we are actually part of that whole data set for the whole Western region. So that's why some of these are crops that you may not be that familiar with in Idaho. And some of these studies there's more than one study that associated with the crop. We have different harvest times. We have different rates we have to put out. So there's actually a lot more studies than this list indicates because there's different pieces and parts to the project. So for 2021, this is a preliminary list, but this is what the Western Region Director has assigned to us so far. Edamame, and I know there has been some edamame seed production here in Idaho, but not sure where we're at. So we're looking at Sonalan herbicide. It's an older herbicide, but this might be a good fit. We've got a pear study, a cherry study, sweet corn seed, looking at spinosad. We've got a couple herbicide studies on clover seed, basil, another dual camelina study, and another dual study on field pennycress. I do not know where that request came from. I don't believe it was an Idaho request. And then a fungicide seed treatment for hops, and then a mint study. So a lot of these we'll either do at Parma or we can do out of Kimberly, depending on the crop. So another thing I'd like to mention about the food use program is that we have an advisory committee. This is a national advisory committee that gives advice and does a lot of support work for IR4. It's called the Commodity Liaison Committee. And it's basically a group of stakeholders, commodity groups. And what they can do is they can meet with USDA, and have these discussions where IR4 can't always do that. They can work with Congress, so they can work some of those political angles that IR4 can't to try to get increased funding. So remember, our funding comes mostly from USDA, and so it is public funds, and Congress is the one that authorizes this project. So it does help to have some visibility there in Congress, and so that's part of the job of this committee. They also try to work with some of the universities to make sure we have stability within our university system. So they're able to go to these university, like College of Ag committees and advocate for new positions to support some of these specialty crops, because we do see a decline in a lot of our researchers out at the field stations. They have been very successful in all these points, but we have not been able to increase our funding line. And I know that's been a frustration of the committee, and they continue to work on it. And it's all we can do at this point. I just also wanted to mention, it is a national committee. It's not a huge committee. I can't remember what the total is, but we have 4 members just from the Northwest. And I think that's pretty exciting. They do a lot to advocate for the crops that we produce out here. So Ann George is out of Washington. She's with the Hops Commission. Bob Simmerly, a lot of you probably know Bob. He's with the Onion Growers. We have Steve Salisbury. You probably know Steve too, and he works with the Grass Seed Group and the Mint. And then Todd Schultz is up in northern Idaho out of Moscow with the Pea and Lentil Commission. And then the USA Pulse Crops. So another project I want to mention that's part of the food crop that is new for IR4, fairly new, it's called Integrated Solutions. So several years ago, we were getting pressured to do more work with biological-based pesticides or biopesticides and organic production. So we started looking at this as a standalone biopesticide program primarily to support organic growers. It has modified over the last few years to this integrated solutions. And what we're doing is we're screening products, and we look at both conventional and biological. So we kind of moved away from supporting just organic, but looking at ways that we could integrate different types of pesticides into a conventional system also. The reason for this is we're finding it does help with residue management. So pesticide residue management. So in other words, if you're looking at some MRL issues and you're concerned about your residue at harvest, some folks were doing work to try to figure this out, but you put a conventional pesticide out initially, and then towards the end of the season, if you need a little more pest control, you use one of these biopesticides. And what that does is it helps you reduce your overall crop pesticide residue in that crop, because it gives time for those conventional products to break down, and those biopesticides tend to not have the residue problem. So we're finding it might have a good fit with some of these export crops and some of these concerns with MRLs. Hard to manage pests, again, we might be able to mix chemicals up a little bit and integrate our attack to go after either resistant pests or some of these hard to manage pests. We are still supporting organic systems. We find that this, if they're looking at biopesticides, it does work well for organic, but it's really not just an organic program. We're looking a lot at the conventional chemistry also. One of the concerns with biopesticides when we first started looking at them is that their efficacy is not very strong. We just didn't see a lot of satisfaction with pest control when they were used as standalone products. But when a person can go in and use a conventional pesticide and get that big kick at the beginning, and then as time goes on, a lot of times your beneficials will help you out a little bit too, and then as time goes on, you can come in late in the season with a biopesticide. So this combination attack seems to be more effective for managing pests. And so this is why we've changed the program from just a biopesticide program to this, what we're calling integrated solutions. It's a small program. We're not putting a lot of funding into it, but it does seem to fill a niche that was necessary for our growers. So this is, I say it's small because we only did 6 projects in 2019, and this is nationally. They did prioritize 14 projects for 2020. So again, we're just trying to get the research out there and figure out what works. So a little bit about our international activities in the IR program. So I borrowed this slide, I think, from Todd Schultz several years ago, but I thought it was a great slide. So this is Todd frowning because he had some frustrations when he tried to export some lentils a few years ago. But this is the reality. You know, in the U.S., you might have a residue or an acceptable tolerance of 5, and you start shipping it around the world, and you go over to Asia, and they have a 0.01 tolerance. So if you're following regulations in the U.S. and you're doing everything right, and it's legal, and then you go to ship it to another country, you get dinged, or your commodity gets stopped in its tracks because you're over their allowable residue. So this is a real problem. I think most of you are familiar with it. And again, remember, MRL stands for maximum residue level, and this is the term that's used in the global pesticide world. In the U.S., we call them tolerances, but it's basically the same difference. So IR4 has been involved in these international activities now for several years. There's just this huge problem of these tolerances that are harmonized between countries, and it prevents the U.S. exports. In fact, if you fill out one of those project clearance request forms that I mentioned earlier, they ask you on there if this is an exported commodity, because it really changes the picture, and it lets us know that we need to work on this not only from a U.S. perspective, but look at it as a global pesticide residue trial. So we have been working more and more internationally. And I have to say, this is where EPA has come in over the years. EPA actually funded several researchers from the US to go to other countries and teach them how to do field residue trials. They worked with their labs to teach them how to analyze these chemistries and how to establish an acceptable tolerance, because a lot of these countries just didn't have the infrastructure to do the work. So what they would do is just set a default tolerance at 0.01. That was just a default. It was not based on any scientific studies or any research because they just couldn't do it. So I have to say EPA has funded a lot of this work over the years. So has the Foreign Ag Service. And it's all been coordinated through the IR4 project so that we can address this problem of having all the trials done the same throughout the world so they're harmonized. So this whole thing of a tolerance, the tolerance would be the same in the US as it would be in Japan or India. We're not there yet, but that's the overall goal someday, is to harmonize all this data so it can all be used internationally, because we're in a global production system these days. So IR4 did begin this minor use foundation, which I'm going to more on the international picture. I think I already mentioned this, but this global network to try to work together. So we've spent a lot of time partnering with other groups to try to train people in other countries how to do these trials, because the US really is the leader in this field research and these GLPs. And in the end, the more studies that we can do together collectively, the more we can harmonize these tolerances. I'm not going to get into a lot of details, but some of you have heard of Codex. And I just thought I'd mention that. Codex is one of the partners in this whole global activity. Codex is a committee. They have a committee on pesticide residues. They work with all chemicals, not just pesticides, but they do have a specific pesticide committee. And they work together with a lot of our folks at IR4, and they look at the crop grouping data. They also host a global minor use summit, and IR4 is a major participant in that. And a lot of these countries will come to this summit and they'll just try to figure out how we're going to do studies and how the research can be conducted so that we can try to address this whole global picture. So let me just briefly talk about the Minor Use Foundation. This is a new group that was just recently formed by IR4. I realize this slide is very busy. This is one of Jerry's slides that he put together, and it's a new group, so I figured I better leave the slide alone to make sure I got everything on here. But this group or this foundation will establish an international approach to try to address MRLs. We've been working in this area for many years, and we've made a few accomplishments, but we're not where we think we should be. So they formed this foundation to try to really tackle this international concern. So they're going to take these priorities that come out of the Global Minor Use Summit and take those priorities and work with those at the US level and try to secure funding so with not only the US, but some of these other organizations worldwide so that we can establish these harmonized tolerances or these MRLs. So they use the word MRL here. They're going to work to try to obtain funding from government grants, other foundations, other nonprofits to try to collect some funds to do this work, because you can imagine it's not cheap. The Minor Use Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit, The board chairman is Dirk Drost. Dirk is a retired Syngenta employee. He's very familiar with this kind of work, and he's been involved in it for many, many years. The board members are going to be Dan Kunkel with IR4. Michael Braverman is with IR4, their headquarters people, and Jason Sandhall, who is with the Foreign Ag Service, and Alan Norden. So this is the board members for this new foundation. And if you have questions about this, I'd be glad to visit with you about it and provide more. I just wanted to mention it today and not get into a lot of details. But I think this is a good step in the right direction to try to solve this whole global MRL problem that we have. Again, a couple more slides on this. I don't want to spend a lot of time here, but just to remind you, EPA does their review, Canadians do their review, European Union might do a review, Australia has their own EPA kind of system. And then all of these reviews then go into this Codex review and this Committee on Pesticide Registrations. So this is kind of the way it's going to go. We have every country does the review, and then it goes into this whole global picture. So this foundation will be working with a lot of these pieces and parts. I think I'm going to skip, I just mentioned that. So the MRL database. So if any of you are interested in these MRLs, so remember this MRL is the global tolerance or the maximum residue level. You can go in and look up your commodity and the chemical you're interested in, and it will tell you all the tolerances or the MRLs for all the different countries that you might want to ship to. And I have access to this database because I'm a land-grant university employee, and I have looked up MRLs for some of the commodity groups. They had questions about exporting to certain countries, and I'm glad to do that for you if you need help. Some of the commodity organizations actually have a membership to this database, and they pay a subscription for it. But this is the website. This is from the Foreign Ag Service. I have a couple print screens here just to show you what it looks like. So I realize it's small. So just to show you, when you get into this database, you have the commodities, the pesticides, and the markets or the countries. And then you select which ones you want, and it will give you the data. So here I did clethodim on carrot, and in the US, our tolerance is 1 part per million, and in Japan, it's a 0.1. And the reason that's in red is that's because that is a default tolerance or MRL. It is not established based on residue trials or any research. They didn't have any data. So if they don't have data to establish a tolerance, they set it at the 0.1 level. Very, very low. So you're going to have problems if you're trying to ship to Japan. Let's cover crop grouping real quick and we'll wrap up. What is crop grouping? This is another project that IR4 is involved in, and the basic concept is that we can group crops that are similar in their growth habits, their metabolic processes, how they might metabolize a chemical. We can group those and set a tolerance based on the crop group. Instead of having to do studies on every single crop, we can lump crops together. I'm really oversimplifying it, but I hope that you get the idea on that. The crop group has to have representative crops. So if we're going to do a study and try to get a tolerance established on a crop group, it's defined in law, but we have to have studies on the representative crops in that crop group. And if we do that, and there's probably 3 or 4 representative crops in the crop group, you might get a label for up to 12 crops because if they're all in that same group. So it's really been an efficient way for us to save money in our residue trials. Residue trials are very expensive, and it's been very efficient for us to add these specialty crops to labels and still have the confidence that the residue issue is not a concern because we have tested it on these representative crops. And these were determined by agronomists and crop physiologists who determined that the pesticides would be metabolized by the crop in the same manner as the rep crops. So here, I guess I jumped ahead. If you're interested in this or you're curious what's in a crop group, and then we have subgroups in there if there's some differences, and then it'll list the representative crops that the studies have to be done on. So what this means is if it's a representative crop, if you want a crop group, you have to do the study on the representative crops. All these definitions are all on the IR4 website, and here's the link for that. Also, I gave you the general link for IR4 at the beginning of the presentation, and you could just probably search for this crop grouping on there. So briefly, a fiscal update about the IR4 project, and this is the national picture. We have had 10 years of flat funding. And this has been the problem. So the congressional budget has stayed flat. The cost of doing business has gone up. It's more expensive to run these trials. And so the number of our trials has actually decreased because we work with this finite amount of money. And that determines how many studies we can do in a year. The other problem is the university service fees or indirect costs in some areas have gone up, and it's costing more to just run these projects through the university. At Idaho, we have not necessarily seen that, but in some universities it has been a problem. And that's what I want to talk about next is for years, IR4 has been located at Rutgers University, and Rutgers declined to support the IR4 project anymore because the USDA grant that funds this project does not allow the universities to charge these service fees. And the universities are having financial problems, so they're looking at these service fees as a way to help them stay fluid. But yet IR4 does not pay into it. So we had a huge staff there at Rutgers, and it was taxing that system too much. And so Rutgers basically asked them to leave. And so this last year, IR4 has moved from Rutgers to NC State, North Carolina State. So we have seen a little bit of disruption. I have to say Jerry Barron has done a great job keeping it smooth. And they've been very responsive to folks when we needed help or information. But they have lost some personnel. There were some longtime IR4 employees that live in New Jersey or New York and did not want to make the move to North Carolina. So they chose to retire early and stay put. So they are in the process of still hiring some study directors and some scientists to work in the program. But North Carolina State welcomed IR4 with open arms. They've been very supportive, very helpful. And a lot of the registrants are housed down in North Carolina in that part of the country. So I think in the end, once the dust settles on the move, I think in the end it'll be a very good location for IR4. I just thought I'd let you know about that. So just a reminder, IR4 is the only publicly funded program that conducts research and submits pesticide petitions to EPA. We're the only one that does this, and it is public funds, and we work through this network of the land-grant universities throughout the U.S. We help facilitate the registration of these pest management products for specialty crops and minor uses. So I just wanted to remind you in this slide, we show the different EPA regions for the tolerance collection. And if you see here, Region 11 is where Idaho is. And we have a station here in Idaho, and we have a station in Prosser. Those are the only two locations for Region 11. If we have a P&W label we're pursuing, we need to collect data from 11 and 12. If it's a national tolerance, we need to look at regions from all over the U.S. So IR4 has conducted about 80% of their research projects on reduced risk chemistries and bio-based products. So we're striving to fit products into an integrated pest management system and support an integrated pest management approach with our program. So I'd like to thank all of you over the years for your support of the IR4 project and all the assistance that you've given to us here at the University of Idaho. And just a reminder, if you do have questions, you want more information, please contact me or get a hold of Roger, and he'll contact me, and we'll try to get you set up an IR4 project if you need one.
Rhonda, thank you very much for that great presentation, and we really appreciate what IR4 does for the agricultural industry, not only in Idaho, but also across the United States. With that, we're going to take a short break, and we'll see you back at 11 o'clock.
An open field is not an open invitation. That field is private property, not public land. While this may seem innocent, it is actually against the law. That field is not public property. It belongs to someone. You are on their property without permission. You are trespassing, and it's against the law. In Idaho, we do our best to respect the private property rights of others. Be a good neighbor and don't trespass.
Welcome back to our annual workshop. Thanks again for joining us today. If you have not responded to my questions from the last two presentations, please feel free to do so you can receive pesticide credits for your license. Just so you know, we will take care of all of the license requirements today. By sending your emails, you verify your attendance for how many credits you receive for your license. We'll put your name into a spreadsheet. We'll send it to the Department of Agriculture, and we'll take care of it from there. So you don't have to worry about stickers or anything like that. Hope you've enjoyed the first two presentations. We have a really interesting presentation for you right now. A few local boys from Homedale Wilder have gotten together and developed a software program with respect to meeting the worker protection standards. It's called AgriPay, and it's a great presentation. I think you'll see some value to it for your farm. Let's welcome the folks from AgriPay today.
Good afternoon, and thanks for having us as part of your program at the Seed Commission today. My name is Nick Miller, and I'm a partner in AgriPay. First, I'd like to thank Roger Batt for the invitation, as well as the opportunity to speak to you all, the members of the Seed Commission. We'd love to be there in person with you, but given the circumstances, we understand the need to go digital. Today, we're going to talk to you about AgriPay, a time tracking, worker safety training, and compliance platform that we believe can add immense value to you and your operations. Today, we're going to demonstrate for you how the product works and how we're helping farmers throughout the valley work smarter and safer. We know that farm labor is a significant expense for your operations. According to the USDA, in 2018, farm labor made up 10% of the gross revenue for the average farm. But in labor-intensive sectors like vegetables or fruit, it can be over 20%. This expense is one that we're focused on helping farmers get smarter around. In addition to the cost of labor, it also comes with other headaches. Whether it be mistakes in your time entry that you have to go back and fix, the amount of regulations and training that increase every single year, or the compliance records that you are required to keep that are slowly filling a file cabinet up somewhere. Our solution, AgriPay, helps you to address all of these issues. Technology is changing the way that we all live and work. Almost all of your employees show up with a smartphone in their pocket. At AgriPay, we're going to take advantage of that with you, the farmer, to make a safer work environment, as well as help save you time and money. At AgriPay, we're bringing technology and agriculture together. We know that just a small dose of modern technology, partnered with your operations, can help you save time and money. At AgriPay, we're working to solve these problems for our customers, the farmers, because we know the industry. I grew up in Homedale around agriculture and later worked in small-scale agriculture as a Peace Corps volunteer in Guatemala. Our founder, Jared Asamendi, has deep roots in agriculture and is also highly experienced in the tax and payroll industry. Our third partner, Eugene Dina, has our technical expertise and has worked at companies like bodybuilding.com, Albertsons, ClickBank, and others throughout Idaho. We're an Idaho company, and we're bringing our combined expertise together to address the specific needs of agriculture. We know that there are other solutions out there that are bringing some of these features, but we're the only comprehensive solution that addresses the time tracking, worker safety training, and compliance that farmers need to be competitive today.
First, I want to walk you through an overview of the AgriPay system. We support several main features, including reporting, time entry, crew management, employee management, safety, and training. The system is available on both web as well as Android and iOS mobile platforms. What we'll start with is the dashboard. Once you log in, you load the dashboard, what you'll see is some very high-level stats of your company. So you'll see that you can filter here by day, by week, by month, and by year. By default, it will load you into the month view. What you'll see right across the top is your total hours worked, labor costs, active employees, and crews. I'll explain what all of these things mean in a bit as we get to those sections. The mobile dashboard is very similar to web. You can see here that we can filter by today, by last week, and by last month. Similarly to web, if you have any crews that work during that time frame, you'll see those listed here, as well as top jobs and overtime watch. On the top right, you can see your notifications. From here, you can simply swipe. You can mark it as read or mark it as deleted. So next, we'll see there's a crews worked section. So we'll sort this by total cost. This will give you just a very quick glimpse into which of your crews are costing you the most. Same over here for total jobs. We'll sort it by the job cost. And then finally, down at the bottom, you'll see your overtime watch. This is helpful just to kind of keep an eye, make sure that nothing's unexpected or some folks don't have unexpected time tracked. So it just gives you a really quick glimpse into that aspect of your resources. Next, I want to talk about reporting. So there's a couple different reports you can create in the product. There's a time report, which, as you saw on the dashboard, is really just going to pull in all of your track time against across your company. So you'll notice there's a ton of information in here. It's up to you what you want to export from this time report. If you scroll down to the very bottom, you can see that you can select and sort and search on multiple attributes. So for example, if I wanted to search just for Rohan LLC, I can filter just on that farmer, see just those time entries, and then export those. We currently support Excel, Accounting CS, CSV, and a tab separated export. If you want to set multiple attributes, that's fine as well. So for example, if you wanted to report on Rohan and the specific crew, you can also select just that crew from here and filter your results further. Next, I want to show you reporting for training. When we go specifically into the safety and compliance section, I'll show you how to create the classes, how to associate the videos that the employees will be watching against those classes. And then this screen will show you who has taken those, when they took it, who the instructor was, and other information that will be useful. Time entries next. You can track time in a variety of ways. You can track time by crew, by employee, and by farmer. And we'll get into those in a bit of detail as we go through this. Crews is where you define your crews. So this is where you set who the crew manager is, what the crop is, who the farmer is, the field, the job, etc. You could also dynamically add and remove people from crews as needed out in the field using the mobile app, on the desktop. You have a number of options there in how you want to do that. Fields has a couple options underneath it. So create a field lock and viewing your current locks. So this is one of the things we'll also touch in a little more detail. And specifically, this is one of our newest safety features. Combined with the mobile app, this will alert both you, it'll alert the employee, and just let you know that, hey, something is going on in this field, you probably shouldn't be in here. One other aspect of AgriPay is just the ability to manage your employees in general. So employee onboarding in terms of getting all of their information into the system, setting their pay rates, uploading their photo. You can either upload a photo, you can capture directly from your camera. Once you have their information loaded in the system, you can keep track of their training history. You can also print the employee's badge from here. So we support two different formats, horizontal and vertical. What some employers will do is if the employee is under 18 years of age, they'll show a vertical one versus a horizontal. And it's really whatever convention matches your company. But you can see if we print this out, it'll populate with all the necessary information for your company, along with the employee's photo and a barcode for quick scanning into your time tracking system. Users is very similar to employees. The big difference is you don't track time for your users. Think of your users as your administrative people that work in your office. They're the ones that are essentially using the AgriPay system to manage your employees. Training is the next big section, and this is probably one of the ones that we'll focus on the most. This is where you'll create training classes. This screen here will show you just an overview of upcoming classes. You can define your instructors. Depending on your regulations in the area that you live, you'll have to capture more or less of this information in order to comply with local laws. So this is where you'll do that. Whoever you choose as your instructor here, when you create a class, that'll get associated with that class, and you can build reports and keep track of your training that way as well. Templates we'll cover again in more detail. It's really just an association of the class you're taking and which media is associated with it. So which videos, which training videos go into that. Certifications are where you define, for example, in this case here, I have 2 certifications, WPS for agricultural workers and pesticide handlers. These have different codes, again, depending on your local laws and federal laws. Those codes may be different for you. You can set those up, or we can help you with that as well. And finally, in this section, we have our training library. There's a number of videos that come with the platform, specifically around WPS, nursery, vineyards. Those will be in there. We have them available in English and Spanish. In addition to that, you can also add your own media to this library. So for example, if you have an employee onboarding process where all your new employees come in, you want them to watch an ethics training video, you can upload your own videos to this and track your employees and your training against that, all within the system.
First today, we're going to walk you through the worker protection standards training that we host on the AgriPay platform. This training can be delivered anywhere via your cell phone, even if you don't have cell service. Not only can you deliver the training, but you can also document that someone received the training and keep those records for your files. But our training's not limited to just the worker protection standards. You can host any of your trainings on our platform by working with AgriPay.
I'm Luke Ankeny. I'm the Executive Director of Marsing Agricultural Labor Sponsoring Committee Incorporated. We abbreviate that, obviously, MALSC. We've been around since 1948. And I run the housing part at our labor camp in Marsing. We have 50 units, and then I manage our workforce as well of up to 1,500 employees a year.
Concerning safety is kind of a hot topic in ag. The importance of keeping your employees safe, how that affects your workers' comp premiums, and ultimately the profitability of your members. Let's talk a little bit about safety and what you guys do and some of the technology that you utilize to help you do that.
Yeah, so when I came on, it was very apparent 3 years ago that Marsing Ag needed to pick up our safety program quite a bit. And in the last 3 years, we've not only written a safety manual, we've hired a safety manager, and we've worked with you guys at AgriPay to help bring a lot of that online. And so that we can have a better grasp and a better tracking system for our safety training. Bottom line for us is if our employees are safe, they're able to work. And if they're able to work, they're able to make money, and our member farmers are happy. And we've kind of been charged with our workers' comp carrier to help make ag safer in the state of Idaho. And so anything we can do for us is not only helping us, it's helping our members, but it's helping ag in general. Lower the rates, but also make sure the workforce is safe. And so we've partnered with you guys and really risen to the task that we kind of charge you with helping us keep track of stuff better in an online system instead of kind of the archaic way we were using. In particular, and for instance, with WPS training, the pesticide safety training, we were doing all that by a hand signature and then scanning the sheet, putting it in a database, and then if we ever needed to go find that, it was very cumbersome. Well, now with what you guys have developed, they can watch the video online, and then they can sign it right there, and then it captures it, and then a year later, we're getting notified that, hey, they have to watch it again. Also, if one of our member farmers, usually they're getting audited for some reason, food safety, if they need to know that our workforce that was on their property had their pesticide safety training, we can go right in and run a report and say, absolutely, here it is. And it's slick.
Which sounds simple, but
Sure.
It's fairly complex, right?
Absolutely.
In July or August, you could have anywhere from 800 to 1,200 employees scattered throughout maybe 150 different farms.
Yeah.
And so the compliance mechanism really isn't on Marsing Labor to provide those certificates. it's on the farmer, correct?
Correct. We do it as a service to the farmer, and a lot of farmers don't know this, or ag companies. If they have someone on their property doing work, they're ultimately the ones responsible to make sure they have pesticide safety training, the food safety training. We're trying to do it as a service to our member farmers to say, look, we're going to do this piece, so just know that our crews, when they roll onto your property and do work, they're covered in that, and that's just a service we provide.
This year we'd made a little bit of change to where now the WPS worker protection is done via the AgriPay. I mean, you can access it right in the software. There was a time when they'd give us a video to watch, but sometimes that CD wasn't available. We're sitting there trying to search Google, internet, trying to find a version of the video to show. And now it's just right there. You go to AgriPay, you can access that video. You can input all the people that are there watching it, you know, a group of 50, a group of 100, however many guys you have at that moment, put them down on a list, show them the video. They can sign directly on the iPad or on a touchscreen laptop. It's as easy as that. I mean, you can have everybody there together and just do it all in one big swoop.
You know, I think everybody has the good intention to try to keep everybody safe.
Right.
It's just having the applicable tools to help them do that.
And you know, technology can be good and bad, and in this case, I think technology to help people stay safe is nothing but good.
And so, you know, it's kind of circling back to the WPS and our safety platform that I skipped over. You know, there's lots of other things that you can put on that website. You guys have your employee manual. What types of information are you putting on there so your employees have that available?
Yeah, so we utilize AgriPay for the kind of the full spectrum that AgriPay offers, and the time tracking and payroll, which you'll get to later. But as far as the safety goes, you know, we have our safety manual on there, and we can share that through AgriPay. We have not only the WPS safety video, we have the handlers video as well. But then we can go and kind of we can fit it to what the company we're working with or the farm that we're working with to their needs. And for instance, we have forklift safety videos on there that we can access. We do a lot of hay tarping and covering and silage pit covering, and that's a unique job, and there's not a lot out there. And so we work with our clients who do that, and we have their videos, and we can show directly from there, and it cuts down on a lot of things that we know for sure they're watching it because we're having them sign it at the end of it, and then we can track it a whole lot better through that system.
Agriculture is just such a cost-intensive operation. And so a lot of it's about helping drive down your costs, right?
Our workers' comp rates have dropped, and what a lot of people don't understand is, you know, workers' compensation rates are set industry-wide. And so if we can continue to develop tools that are going to help all of us keep those rates down, two things happen. One, there's more money in the farmer's pocket at the end of the year. And two, if your workers are safe, they're actually out working and not at home. And if they're at home, they're drawing, you know, a check usually from workers' comp because they got injured, and that's going to raise your rates. And so if we can keep them safe, keep the rates down, that also keeps the worker employed and bringing home more money and takes that hit off of their rate every year.
How beneficial is it to have that available, you know, mobilely? So if you have somebody who went to Martian Labor and signed up but didn't get to watch the worker protection standard, instead of sending him all the way back to the office?
Absolutely. One of the things that we discuss all the time is just efficiency and time lost in travel. So you try to minimize that every step along the way, and that's one of the ways that you can minimize it as well. Let's say they didn't have access to it or weren't able to do it in the office. Well, hey, look, pull it up right here on the iPad. We're able to show it in real time, and that saves quite a bit of time right there.
If you notice here on the left, we have a number of options under the training section. We have classes, instructors, templates, certifications, and library. The first one we'll look at is the library. If we click into here, you can see that there are a number of preloaded videos that are available for you to use for your training. Many of these are just the basic federally required pesticide training, nursery, greenhouse training, vineyard training. Those come preloaded in the system in English and Spanish. If you want to filter and search for a specific training video, you can search in the top right, and that'll limit it to just those. If you want to see some additional details about that video, click on the icon. You can watch the video, you can see the title, description, as well as any of the tags for that video. You can also download these videos if you're out in the field and need to run a class when you're not at the farm. In addition to the preloaded videos that come with AgriPay, you also have the ability to upload your own videos into the system. You may have some company-specific videos, onboarding videos, some specific videos to the industry that you're in. Those videos will also be available for you to download, use in the field, as well as in the mobile app. Next, we'll look at certifications. These are certifications that you will create and put in the system. So it's really going to depend on where you're located, what your state and federal guidelines are. You'll get those certifications defined in here with a name, an optional code, as well as an expiration. The expiration is important because the AgriPay system will alert you when employees have that specific certification due to expire. So for example, an employee took the WPS training, that's valid for 1 year. As the employee is coming up to that year, the administrator will get alerted that you need to schedule a new training class. Templates is really where you define those classes. So this is really a skeleton for a class. And the reason this is useful is you may find yourself running the same training class week over week. So we don't want to have to put you through the trouble of defining a new class, selecting which videos go along with it, selecting all the different attributes of that class. We allow you to define a template for a class and then schedule that class. Creating a template is very simple. First, just give it a name, an optional code, tell it when that certification expires, select an instructor, select a certification, and select the resources. You can have one or more resources associated with that training template. In this case, I have these 3. From here, you can define the order that those will be presented in. So now we have a forklift training class. Well, let's schedule one. So hit the schedule button. From here, you can see that it just chooses the current day and time, pre-fills all of the attributes that we selected when we defined that template, and then provides a place for you to select the employees that you want to receive that training. So in this case, we'll select just a number of employees here and hit submit. Depending on how you've configured your system, if those employees have email addresses in the system, they'll be alerted that they've been scheduled for this training. When it's time to start the class, the instructor will simply come in here and click on Start Class. If you remember back when we selected the videos, they will now show up as tabs across the top in the order that you selected. The system supports not just videos, but for example, if you have worksheets or quizzes in the form of a PDF or a Word document, you can upload those as well. So you can conduct them and run it in that order of how you would run that class. So play a video, for example. Next, you could show a PDF, and then you could finally end with a quick quiz at the end. Once the class is finished, each employee needs to provide their signature for that class. And you'll notice there's a signatures button here. So you'll click that, and this will show you the date they signed and whether they signed, as well as their name. In this case, we just created this class, so no one has signed, and all of these are blank. We'll hit sign. We'll be presented with an area where they can sign. You can use your mouse to provide a signature. You can clear it, provide a new signature. Or you can use your trackpad, either on a laptop or the screen on a mobile phone or an iPad. Once you confirm and agree, that signature is logged as well as a photo of that signature. Now you have a record of that employee having completed that training. If you click print, we'll print out a log of that training that just occurred. We'll show the employee's name, their ID, the video they watched, who the trainer was, and what the trainer ID was, as well as the employee signature at the bottom. So if you ever need to go back and see some of your training history, there's also a convenient place under reports. Here you can see every class that took place and every employee that took that class. This is exportable in a number of formats and is very useful if you ever need to provide proof of training. Let's look at safety. AgriPay comes with a safety library that's available online and offline. Here you can see a listing of all of the library items. There are many in here specifically related to WPS in both English and Spanish. You can click into one of the videos and you can see it. In this case here, you can see this video has been downloaded. What that means is that this video is now available on my device, so I don't need an internet connection and I can play it out in the field. If I know I'm going to need a particular video out in the field and I haven't downloaded it, I'll see something like this. If I want to make it available for download, make it available for offline play, I'll simply hit the download button and that will start downloading in the background. Similar to syncing time entries, you don't need to stay here and let it finish. You can just back out and go about your business and things will download in the background. So now we have our videos, they're downloaded. We're out in the field and we want to do some training. So we go to training, we hit the plus. From here, we'll put in our training information. We'll select an instructor. The event date will be pre-filled with the current date and time, and we'll select a template. Templates allow you to create predefined classes ahead of time. They allow you to associate certain videos with them and other attributes about that class. Let's select pesticide worker training. If you have a certification related to that, you can select that now. Then select whichever employees you want to be part of that training. Hit save and you're done. When you're ready to run the class, simply enter the class. You'll see the list of employees. In this case, you can see Troy has already taken the class and has provided his signature. Each employee would come into this screen, click on their name, and sign.
Next up today, we'll show you our time tracking system, which was built specifically for agriculture. It allows you to look at your labor expenses and organize them job by job, field by field, employee by employee. As you gather this information year over year, you can start to analyze your costs and get a better insight into one of your biggest expenses, farm labor.
Back in 1954, my dad started the business. That's the year I was born here in Caldwell. And well, I was pretty much raised in the field. Back then, there was no such thing as age restrictions. So, I mean, we by the time we could actually handle a short handle hoe, we were going at it. The payroll end, I started to, which we all did manually. That was probably, I was about 14, 15, somewhere in there. Okay. And but fully into it, I was probably about 18 when I just took over the whole payroll. Yeah.
What was that like back then?
I mean, the crews went till 5 or 6, and we got home at that time. So it took 3 or 4 hours just to fill all the payroll for all, I mean, on a daily basis. And then Sunday, there was no such thing as taking a Sunday off, because had to total all the payroll out and then take it out to the farmers so they could view every single payroll that was out there for all the different farmers. And so it was a time-consuming deal back then.
You know, back then, farm labor has kind of gotten, you know, tighter and tighter over the years, something we talked about. But you guys were running quite a few people back then, I'd imagine. Back
in those years, and during the heat of right in July and August corn season, we had 800 plus employees, just ourselves going.
So a lot of paperwork. Let's talk about how you do it now, and what advantages do you have using this software, AgriPay?
Back when it took probably at least 3 times to input everything as it does now. On Sunday morning, I get up at 3:30, get my payroll in by most of it by 5:30, 6 o'clock, and I'm able to get back to the crews. Back when Sundays, forget it, I wouldn't even touch getting with the crews at all on a Sunday.
So it's allowing you to spend more time in the field, and
it's allowed me to spend a lot more time in the fields at this point.
There's even times when you can make tweaks to the input Monday morning, and checks can still be done Monday 2, 3 o'clock.
It's within hours instead of 3 or 4 days, because that's what it used to take.
So let's talk a little bit about, you know, the data that you capture in AgriPay and the uses for that. I know a lot of the farmers that I deal with and that you guys deal with are wanting, more specifics about where people are at, what field they were in, what they were doing. So hoping, Homer Jr., if you could talk a little bit about that and some of the advantages of having that data for them, and then historically being able to look at that data.
Well, absolutely. You can it's easy to go back into the system, especially now that we've had it, for an extended period of time, where you can kind of go back and look at things that you've done in the past. Maybe you could look at, a variety of a crop that you're working with, and, the acreage, and kind of be able to tell them, well, this is an estimate of what we've done in the past, and give them an estimate of what you think it'll cost right now. But also, one of the things that we've really felt has helped is that everything that we do is cyclical. So we're, year in, year out, we're kind of doing a lot of the stuff that we've, done in the past. So there's, you're discussing with the farmer, well, how many guys did we have last year to tackle this same project? And, now you're able to go directly back into the system, and you can kind of see, okay, I had so many people working on it at this point. This is what we're going to need. So it helps you to be able to forecast in that regard pretty well, and we enjoy the system for that.
It makes it easier too, because now we can go in and put field numbers on every field. Which the farmer likes that, because they'll we're field 1 or field D1 or what have you, and we keep everything separated, which makes it real nice, like for them and for us too, because we can go back and check to see what we spent in that field.
It probably helps those guys make decisions too. I mean, a lot of these guys are running on budgets, so if they're making a decision whether they want to go through a mint field one more time for weeding or whatever field that may be, you have a pretty good idea what it's going to take, just because you've been doing it so long.
And how much they spent.
And how much they've spent. But you can kind of go back and look what it cost last time to do that field. So it helps those guys make some better in-time decisions as to how much money they want, how much input costs they want to have in labor.
Time tracking is a place where most people will probably spend the majority of their time. We support time tracking by crew, by employee, and by farmer. I'll start with the employee, and we'll look at the other two after that. So you can see when I load this screen that I have an employee drop down here. This will list all of the employees that you have configured in AgriPay. From here, you can select the employee or search for the employee. Almost every drop-down in the system is set up the same way. So if you have a lot of items in there, you can quickly search and filter on them. In this case, I'm gonna load time for Jaron. So we'll select him, the screen will refresh, and we'll see what we already have logged for Jaron. You'll notice there's some different colors on this screen. The green really just means they've had regular time tracked. If we were to time track some overtime for Jaron, say 5 hours, and hit save, you'll see that that field is red. So that just indicates that's overtime for that person. And then finally, the yellow is commission time. You may or may not use that feature, but it's there and it's available to you. From here, you can select a different time range that you want to see or edit time for, as well as delete and clone time. So for example, this was entered in error. I'll just select that and delete it. You can also clone time of an employee. So in this case, I'm going to clone this row, and you'll notice it now shows up in purple. This lets me know that I have changes that aren't saved yet. So what I'll do is I can select, for example, a different job, planting in this case, and they did that for just 3 hours on Wednesday. You can save that, and now that time is applied to that employee. You can do that for any attribute here. We support attributes, the farmer, field, jobs, crops, employee types, and pay items. All those things are specific to your company. You can set those up yourself when you set up your account, or we can help you with that. We can also do the same thing by farmer. These views are essentially the same, but it preloads the farmer in the drop-down so you can change the existing attributes for that employee. The functionality is all the same in here. You can clone, you can delete, you can edit. One unique feature of AgriPay is that you can also edit rate on a per time entry basis. In most systems, you'll enter an employee, you'll set their pay rate, and that's the pay rate that's applied across the board always. In this case, if we have an employee and we want to have a specific rate just for that day or just for that time entry, we can actually set it in here, and that person will have that time entry tracked at that pay rate just for that time entry. So it makes it very flexible in cases where you have employees doing very different jobs, very different locations. It allows you the customization and control to be able to do that on a per time entry basis. Finally, when it comes to time entry, you can also track time by crew. A crew really is just a way to group a set of employees together with a set of common jobs, fields, whatever it is for you. So in this example, we're gonna select the broccoli weeding crew. The broccoli weeding crew consists of these people. So you'll notice that it preloaded those people. It preloaded their default pay rate, as well as their overtime rate and their commission rate for the commission that you applied to this crew. From here, you can just simply enter their time, save it, and now that logged that time across all of those employees that are part of that crew. So that's great, but where do I see what those settings are for that crew? Well, that's all handled here in the crew screen. And you can see just at a quick glance what that is. So you can name a crew, you can define a manager. The manager is important because the manager is the one that's allowed to make changes to that crew. So if a manager has employees that are coming in and out, they're the ones with the permissions to be able to do that. In addition to that, you can set the crop, the farmer, the field, the job, and the pay item. So what that does is just save you a ton of time when it comes to tracking that time entry for that crew. You don't have to select them like we did in employee or the farmer dropdown. Those are all preset. You just have to provide the hours for the employees that are associated with that crew. You can also edit the crew attributes from here. So as I mentioned, those columns that you saw on that data, this is where you would set all of those. And again, you can select them from the list or you can just search for them. Crews can be of two different types, a private crew or a public crew. Private crews are crews that only the person who created can manage and use. So this makes it really useful if you're a crew leader and you have some very specific crews set up for your employees and you want to manage and use those yourself. Public crews are a little bit different. Public crews can be used by anyone. So as long as they have a manager role within the system, they can use whatever public crews have been created. You can track time by employees, by crew, by farmer. Additionally, if this feature is turned on for your company, you can also approve time directly from mobile. Let's track time by employee. Simply click the employee button. You can search to find the employee you're looking for. In our case, we'll just click Troy. And then from here, you can start entering time entries. To enter a new time entry, hit the plus on the top right. From here, you can simply just select each field corresponding to what that person did. Put in the number of hours and hit save. You'll notice there's an orange dot, or there was, at least for a little bit. What that indicates is that the time entry has been saved locally on the mobile device, but it has not yet been synced with the server. Remember, AgriPay can work completely offline. So that means you can be out in the field tracking time entries throughout the day. As soon as you have an internet connection, these time entries will start to sync back to the server, and then that orange dot will turn to a blue dot. If you have similar time entries for that employee, you can simply swipe, clone that entry, change any attributes you'd like, and resave. Again, you'll notice the orange dot. As soon as that time entry syncs, it'll turn blue. There's no need to stay on this screen. You can navigate away and do other things. All of those time entries will sync in the background. Tracking time by crews is a little bit different. By creating crews, you can group employees together and set presets for things like field, crop, job, and commission. In this case, you can see that all of these employees are part of the same crew. Because they're part of the same crew, we don't have to enter in any of those details. The only thing we need to do is put in hours for each employee, and hours for all of those employees are saved at once. Again, you'll notice there's an orange dot for each of those employees. As soon as it syncs with the server, that dot will turn blue. And there we go, it's synced. Tracking time by farmer is very similar to employee. It really just means some presets to make time entry faster. As far as usage, entering in the information, it really works the same exact way.
Finally, we're going to share with you a new technology that we're really excited about. Our field lock feature helps to create a safer work environment for you and your employees, specifically when a field has been sprayed. Our technology allows you to create a digital barrier around that field so that if anyone tries to enter the field prior to the restricted entry interval, it will alert them and alert you. So you end up not only with a safer work environment, but also a digital record of you notifying your workers, as well as you being notified and them being notified if they try to get into the field before the REI has expired.
As the worker, every year they watch that pesticide safety video, so they're becoming educated more and more on the hazards. And we empower our crew leaders, to make that call whether or not they're supposed to be in a field or not. And we've had crew leaders walk out of fields because they walked in and evidently, it had been sprayed within hours before they walked in. And so having something that helps with that communication between the crop duster pilot, the farmer, and the crew leader is huge for us. And so, and I've talked to the crop dusters and they're on board. Yeah, if we had a tool that we had access to where we could lock a field and text the farmer or call the farmer and let them know we were there, then the crew leader has access to that as well. It helps with that communication, because that's usually where it breaks down, is just no one talks to each other. And so a field gets sprayed, the farmer doesn't know, the crew leader shows up to work in the field and, oh, we can't be here today. And then the more we can keep our crews and crew leaders safe, the more productive they can be.
What field locks allow you to do is create a geofence around your fields and alert you or the employee if they enter a specific area. For example, say a field was just sprayed with pesticides. If an employee gets close to that field, either because they don't know or it wasn't communicated to them or simply are lost, you will immediately get an alert that an employee has entered that field when they shouldn't have. If the employee has the mobile app, they will also get an alert as well. It'll tell them what field they're entering, it'll tell them that the field was sprayed, and it'll give them some information around the REI, the re-entry interval. To configure that in the system, you'll come into here, select Create Lock. In the field, we'll automatically pull in the fields that are configured in the system for your company. If your field has GPS coordinates associated with it, we'll automatically pull those into the mobile app as well. In this case, I want to select this field. I'll set the estimated start time of when that spraying will occur. I'll set a re-entry interval of 48 hours and a brief message that will be displayed to anyone that enters or gets near that field. Simply create the lock and your alerting will automatically start. So if I have the mobile app or an employee has the mobile app and they get close to that field, they'll automatically get an alert with that custom message that I specified in that field lock. The nice thing about the field locks is that they also work completely in offline mode. So if you're in a remote field, which is often the case, and don't have internet service, as long as that field information was synced before the employees headed out there, it will work even if they don't have an internet connection. What field locks allow you to do is to place a lock on a field that has just been sprayed. If you want to see expire field locks, click on the Expire tab and it will show you the date, what was, and the details associated with that field lock. If you have upcoming field locks, you would see them in the upcoming screen. And active are field locks that are currently in effect. So let's create a field lock. I'll hit the plus. The name of the field will default to the current date and time. You specify an REI interval, a re-entry interval. Let's change this one to 48 hours. You'll choose your field. You'll notice that because the field has GPS coordinates, that it will also show you a map of that field. This is just an example. Your field will of course show your own coordinates. You can provide any additional notes you'd like and then hit save. Now what'll happen is once that field lock is in effect, any employee that gets near that field will be alerted, letting them know that, hey, you've got a field lock on at this location. You probably should not enter this field. In addition, the farmer will get notified and anyone else that you have set up. The nice thing about field locks is that they are also available offline. As long as you do a sync, essentially logging into the AgriPay app with an internet connection before going out into the field where you may or may not have a connection. As long as you do that sync ahead of time, those field locks will work even if you have no internet connection.
So thanks again to Roger and the members of the Seed Commission for the opportunity to speak with you all today. By now, you've seen the benefits that AgriPay can offer farmers. We're working with lots of farmers throughout the Valley and throughout the Northwest, and we hope that we get the chance to work with you next. To that end, we'll be around for a live Q&A, and we'd like to offer you all a special chance to use our product at a reduced rate. Please stick around so that we can talk with you about that. Please reach out to us and let us know how we can partner with you and help you to save time and money at your operation.
Jared, Nick, and Eugene, thank you very much for letting us have that presentation today on that very interesting software package you guys have developed. And thank you for letting us use it for today. With that, we will take a lunch break. We will see all of you back at 1:05 for the afternoon session. And again, please don't forget to email me your response to that question if you want to receive pesticide credits for that 1 hour block. Thank you very much.
An open field is not an open invitation. That field is private property, not public land. While this may seem innocent, it is actually against the law. That field is not public property. It belongs to someone. You are on their property without permission. You are trespassing, and it's against the law. In Idaho, we do our best to respect the private property rights of others. Be a good neighbor and don't trespass.
Welcome back to our afternoon session. I hope all of you had a wonderful lunch. We're going to begin this afternoon's presentation with a friend of mine from Vision Biologics. His name is Corbett Jennings, and he's going to talk to us about seed inoculants for the seed industry.
Hello, my name is Corbett Jennings, Chief Operating Officer of Vision Biologics. Thank you for the invitation to speak with you today. Today, I would like to speak with you about seed inoculants and benefits on agriculture production. There are a few key topics that we'll go over. The science of inoculants, a 101 level, field evaluation, methods of application, a review of inoculation, a wrap-up, and some Q&A at the end of the session. Let's start with that science of inoculation that I spoke about. What is inoculation? Well, inoculation in its most simplest form is the application of massive amounts of rhizobium bacteria either to the legume seed or to the soil into which the legume will be planted. Now remember that. I'm going to go over that a couple more times during this presentation. Inoculation should not be confused with seed treatments, which help protect the seedling from disease. Keep in mind, rhizobium is a living soil bacteria that fixes atmospheric nitrogen once it finds a base inside the roots of the legume plant. There are many different species of rhizobium, and in those species, there are many different strains. The symbiotic relationship between legumes and rhizobium is specific. Ensure you are using the proper rhizobium for the appropriate crop being planted. There is not a simple test to determine whether a suitable rhizobium already exists in the soil prior to planting. However, a relatively small investment of time and money in seed inoculation will ensure that the correct rhizobium species will be present in the soil at the time of planting. Why does that legume need the rhizobium? Well, again, rhizobium is the bacteria that live in a symbiotic association with the root nodules on the legume plants. Fixation of nitrogen cannot be done independently. That is why rhizobium requires a plant host. Rhizobium is a vital source of nitrogen to agriculture soils, including those in arid regions. The plant gives the bacteria a place to live and multiply, and in return, the bacteria converts atmospheric nitrogen into a usable form for the plant. Nitrogen fixation helps increasing soil productivity and soil fertility. There have been a lot of advancements in the production and quality of inoculants over the years. Some of you in this room may be thinking, well, it's just bugs in a jug, or I know all there is to know. It's really not that important. Well, let me cover some of these advancements in the production and quality. It's not how it was 20 years ago. Many advancements have been made. They've been made in the fermentation process that allow for higher concentrated products and for our ability to add other biologics or biologicals for additional product support. There's even more advancements in strain research is stronger than ever today. Inoculants are increasingly important and have an incredible return on investment. Other advances have been around the testing. We do testing at Vision Biologics to ensure there's an appropriate strain and we have the proper quality to go out to the grower to ensure that their fields meet the highest yields possible. We do this testing, like on the picture on the left, on the petri dishes or the plates. And we also do this testing at the plant level and grow them in cones or in these beakers, as you see, to measure root growth and more importantly, nodulation. Let's talk a little bit about the nitrogen process. Again, nitrogen is one of the most important chemical elements for the plants. If there's not enough nitrogen available in the soil, the plants look pale and growth is stunted. The legume plant will begin to search for a source of nitrogen. If that legume does not sense a readily available source, it will send a chemical signal inviting rhizobia to invade the root hairs. The invasion creates nodules where the bacteria multiply and begin to convert atmospheric nitrogen into a usable form for the plant. Nitrogen fixation is the essential biological process in the initial stage of the nitrogen cycle. In this process, the free nitrogen available in the atmosphere is converted into ammonia, another form of nitrogen, by that rhizobia. And the complete process is carried on by natural phenomena. On the next slide, we're going to discuss in more detail the steps around the nitrogen process. We've got a nice illustration to the right and some 4 clear steps to the left. But let me just give a little bit of background around this process. A bacteria belonging to the Rhizobium genus, and there's more types of rhizobia that treat whether it's pea or soybean or other alfalfa or other crops. They grow in the soil as free living organisms, but can also live as nitrogen-fixing symbiotes inside root nodule cells of legume plants. The interactions between several rhizobial species and their host plants have become models for this type of nitrogen-fixing symbiosis. Legumes, such as alfalfa, pea, and vetch, form intermediate nodules that arise from root inner and middle cordial cells and grow out from the root via a persistent metastem. During the formation of functional intermediate nodules, symbiotic bacteria must gain access to the interior of the host root. To get from the outside to the inside, rhizobia grow and divide in tubules called infection threads, which are composite structures derived from the 2 symbiotic partners. Now let's break it down a little easier in more of an illustrative form. Let's follow these 4 steps. Starting with number 1 on the right corner, top corner, the root hairs. That rhizobia multiplies in the root zone and invades those root hairs. The rhizobia follow the infection thread in number 2 and invades the cell roots. Then in number 3, bottom left-hand corner, the bacteria change into bacteroids, packed root cells enlarge, and that forms the nodules. And number 4, that's where we have those enlarged root cells and where you see those nodules. And that's where the conversion of atmospheric nitrogen, NO2, into a usable form for the legume, NHO3, occurs. It's pretty neat. A lot of science going on here. This is just the high level portion of the nitrogen process. So you don't make a mistake, let's understand what rhizobia treats what legume. Inoculant strains are specific to the legume as previously mentioned. There are legumes within a family that can be inoculated with the same strains. However, do not assume, consult with an inoculant manufacturer before you make a critical field error. A great example is the alfalfa and sweet clover strain and the true clover family. It's easy to make a mistake, and it can be impossible to overcome if it's detected too late. Well, how much nitrogen is produced by rhizobia? It's hard to answer that question. There are a lot of variables: the soil type, climate, location, legume itself. But we can give you a general answer. And you can see on alfalfa, generally 110 to 300 pounds of N per acre per year are generated through that rhizobia and that plant. Now, nitrogen fixation by these legumes is in organic form. It's very important, and thus there's little loss due to leaching, as in inorganic fertilizers. So those inorganic fertilizers, you get runoff, you get overuse, or you have to put out too much so you get enough on the plant. That's not the case with inoculation. It's the right amount applied in the right place, which is on the seed. It's a great way to get your plants off and started. Well, when do you inoculate? Of course, I'm going to say every time you plant a legume, but there are some conditions that are appropriate for inoculation that we should go over. Let's get into it in some detail. Let me preface it by saying that rhizobia can be lazy. And over time, that rhizobia that's residual in the soil, it will fix less nitrogen even though they may be good nodulators. So we would encourage you to use fresh rhizobia every season. That will maximize the yield benefits as these rhizobia will outcompete the indigenous rhizobia for root nodulation. Examples of where the effectiveness of residual rhizobia could be in question are going to be in virgin soils, long rotations, or CRP land. But there are other conditions in which you should inoculate. Conditions in which soils are under high amounts of stress. Stresses such as extremely high or low pH matters, low organic matter level soil, sandy soils, drought or flood if it's been on the land, soils that have been fumigated, or soils with high salt content. It's critically important that you understand when and how to apply those inoculants to your legumes. Let's evaluate whether or not the inoculant's working. In these pictures, I think it's easy to see, right? The dark green means really good, the light green, not so good. And we can see that clearly. Well, if you have a light green plant, you need to do some investigation. We need to evaluate where those nodules are in their life, or what's happening, and what we can do about it from a field perspective. So let's dig in a little closer. Now, a plant's potential to fix nitrogen can be evaluated by assessing the nodulation and plant growth characteristics. A method to evaluate if a rhizobia-based inoculant is helping the crop properly fix nitrogen is to dig plants up and examine the roots. That easy. This information can help you more accurately assess the nodulation and nitrogen fixing potential in your crops. There's a few tools and a bit of information you need before you can properly evaluate the nodulation. Well, the tools required, the physical tools required. Get a spade, a shovel, a bucket, some water, preferably the water in the bucket, and a sharp box cutter or a sharp blade, and the basic knowledge that I'm about to share with you. Now, the first step is when to evaluate. You should do this between 4 and 8 weeks after emergence. Don't start looking too early, but don't wait too late either. Proper root digging is so important, because if you don't dig them properly, we might harm those nodules and not get an accurate evaluation of what's going on in those roots. So carefully dig up the plant, retaining as much of the plant's taproot and lateral roots as possible. Do not pull up the plant, as you can cause the nodules to be separated from the roots. They're very fragile. Carefully remove the soil from around the root, soaking it in that bucket of water I mentioned to get the loose dirt off the roots. It should look like the picture to the right. Now, get out your notebook and your pen when you're doing this, because here's where you'll need to document what's going on. Now, record the sample location. It's very critical. Notice what's going on around where that sample is taking place. Is it a low-lying area? Had water ponded in that area? Is there a high salt content in that particular area? What else could be going on that could cause poor nodulation? Document the growth stage of the plant. That's important too. Look at the overall health of the plant. Maybe there's something else going on in the soil that could impact overall nodulation. But once you've identified the nodules, let's cut them open. Let's see what they look like. Now remember, before you do all that, we'll want to get a count of the nodules that are on this plant and understand the size of the nodule. What type of nodule mass is there? But let's discuss what the nodules should look like. Now, there's a picture to the left and to the right. Those are both great looking nodules. We're going to go into some detail of what not so great nodules look like. When you have a nodule that has a strong pink color, either to the left or to the right on these pictures, your plant's actively fixing nitrogen. That's a great sign. If that nodule is white in color in the center or throughout the nodule, that means the nodule is immature. It hasn't begun fixing nitrogen yet. You may want to come back in a week or so, take another sample, see if those nodules have matured, do another evaluation of those plants. Make sure that we're not doing the evaluation too early, that plant's at the proper maturity stage. If the nodule is black or brown, the nodule's inactive. Quite honestly, it's starting to rot and it may be dead. It's not fixing any nitrogen. Things to look around where you took that sample, most likely those soils have been saturated for a good period of time or even had some flooding on it, and it's cut off the oxygen supply and that nodule is dying. Not much you can do then. If you're seeing a nodule that's green in color, well, it's inactive. There's a lack of a protein that turns that nodule pink. Most likely, that protein level drop is after early pod development stage, and that nodule greening indicates physiological maturity. It really kind of skipped a stage in the process for some reason. You'll need to consult your crop advisor, your local crop advisor, on steps to take. It may be too late for that section in your field, but can definitely consult your local crop advisor. But let's talk about the number of nodules you just see. Anywhere between 8 and 20. 20 being a stronger number. Sometimes you may see more if we have great nodulation, if it's a heavy nodulating type of legume. If you have nodules less than 8, that's something to be concerned about. Usually what's going on there is the soil nitrogen levels are high. or maybe it's a first-time legume, type of species legume that's being grown in the field. And some legumes are very difficult to grow for the first year to get them to nodulate. Don't give up on it. That's a case where we should have double inoculated. We'll talk a little bit more about that coming up. And we can come back with that type of legume next year, and it'll do even better the next time around. If your nodule size is smaller than 2 to 4 millimeters, they may just be immature and they're not fixing any nitrogen. They could increase in size, or some supplemental N may be beneficial. Again, we would advise you to contact your local crop advisor for some help on how much supplemental N to add in your particular area for your particular legume that you're growing. Now, some considerations. If you're not seeing proper nodulation, make sure you're checking in the proper time frame. Sometimes if you're checking a little bit early, on that 4th week or 5th week, give it another week or 2. Let's stay close to it and let's watch it. But don't let it get too far, because we might get past the opportunity to apply some rescue in to that field. Some other considerations, the below the ground scouting of legumes is so important, and it's beneficial in fields displaying a lighter green foliage like the earlier slide that I showed you. And that's where you're first going to go to do your scouting. And you're going to want to examine those interior colors of the nodules like I've just described, because that's going to indicate their ability to fix nitrogen. And it's also a liaison in that plant between the fertility and the pods. But there are some stresses on that plant and the rhizobia during the growing season that can adversely affect the nitrogen fixation process. Using an inoculant at planting can help those legumes reach even higher yields when any of the following conditions occur. Now, keep in mind, these are just some of the conditions that can occur, but consult your manufacturer's rep or crop advisor for more details. But anytime there's cool and wet soils in a no-till or conservation tillage time, we should consider heavy inoculation. Saturated soils that's held water for 2 or more days, it's going to require re-inoculation. Most likely you're going to be replanting anyway, so we're going to re-inoculate as well. Anytime we early plant, we're going to want to inoculate, get that plant off to a good start, because the soils are going to be a little cooler. Anytime there's extremes on the pH level, high or low, are very hard on rhizobia. They survive at a much lower rate. Therefore, we're going to want to put more rhizobia in the ground to help that plant. Dry soils, soils that have sustained use of some soil-applied pesticide. Again, rhizobia is a living organism. Pesticides are hard on living organisms. Low organic matter, less than 1%. You're talking about sandy soils. Very difficult to get rhizobia to survive. Those are just a few of the examples of stress-type conditions that would lead you to add additional inoculation to help your plants have the best chance at not only survival, but thriving and yielding the most that they possibly can. Well, let's look about what goes on inside the roots and the nodule development. In this particular slide, you can see the rhizobia inside the thread of the root hairs. It's starting that infection. This is the early stage of that rhizobia infecting the root hairs, and it's beginning the process. You will not be able to see this if you were to do early scouting. This is just, obviously it's under a microscope for you to get an idea of what's going on. Here's a microscopic view of what's going on inside that pink nodule. This is a pink nodule that's sliced, plated, a lot of activity going on. We won't go through everything that's going on in each one of these pieces, but I assure you these are the proteins and the bacterioids inside the nodules that are helping that plant convert nitrogen or fix nitrogen. Let's talk about product formulations. There are several. Inoculants come in different forms and formulations and species. Inoculants are most commonly available in liquid, powdered clay, granulated peat, powdered peat. Inoculants are commercially prepared rhizobium bacteria. Now, liquid inoculants, it's just a suspension of rhizobia in a protective liquid formulation, very high concentration. It's aseptic, means it's sterile. We have multi-action liquids. Those are for soybeans and peanuts and garbanzo beans. And then single-action liquids for soybeans and peanuts and peas. Now notice I didn't mention every type of species because liquid application is not practical for every type of species of legume. But we'll get to all those. Granulated peat is for in furrow, and it's granulated pellets made from the powdered peat containing rhizobia. And it's good for treating soybeans and peanuts and all pulse crops. There's a high adhesion peat, and it's for selected legumes. Then non-sterile peat for all legumes. And the high adhesion and the non-sterile peat, that's finely milled powdered peat containing the rhizobia. The clay powdered is finely milled clay, that's the carrier that contains the rhizobia, and it's for forage legume crops. Now, like I said, there are many different species of rhizobium bacteria, and in those species there are many different strains. For example, the USDA has a collection of strains, and reports claim there are about 4,000 currently in stock of Brady Rhizobium chaconum. That's the soybean strain. Some strains are hardier and will survive in the soil better than others. Soybean strain's a really hardy strain. The pea and vetch strain is not a hardy strain. But at Vision Biologics, we've performed extensive testing to identify and select the strains that are most efficient and effective for you. There is a symbiotic relationship between that plant and that rhizobium. And rhizobium are specific to the host. Choosing that correct inoculant for that particular legume is critical for effective nodulation and nitrogen fixation to occur. What's incredibly important is understanding the methods of applying inoculants. Now, there's the retail location and the farmer applied. From a retail location, that on-seed liquid is applied using precision application equipment. Farmer applied is on-seed and in-furrow, or in-furrow granulated, or on-seed in a hopper box treatment. Now, whether the retailer has applied inoculant or you apply the inoculant, seed inoculants manufactured by Vision Biologics offer the grower an advantage in the field through the addition of fresh, plentiful, nitrogen-fixing bacteria. This symbiotic relationship the rhizobia bacteria has with your legume crop enables that seed to germinate quickly and stimulates plant hormones responsible for root formation and development. Now, this brings more nourishment to the plant, which is evident by rapid and healthy growth with high yield return. With the high numbers of aggressive nitrogen-fixing bacteria, you can be assured that every legume plant can fully yield, and that yield is improved in harsh conditions and at full field yield averages increase. But let's look at retail applied inoculants a little bit closer. Why would you choose to have a retailer apply your inoculant? Well, the grower likes the convenience, and the inoculant companies can produce a very highly concentrated product with enhancer components. Well, you know what we can produce, but that retailer has experience with specialized handling and care of that rhizobia, and also understands how to apply these enhancer components, whether it's extenders or additional biologicals that can be mixed with the rhizobium. And retailers are educated on the handling and storage and can ensure that these live organisms are properly stored until use. Retailers are also educated on seed treatment compatibilities and should have a complete understanding of what products can be applied simultaneously and sequentially. But the farmer also has the capability of applying their own inoculants, their own liquid inoculants. In this picture, you see a farmer applying liquid inoculant into the drill. What he's doing, he has a measured cup. He's applying the certain amount based on the number of seed or the pounds of seed he has in a drill. And he is going to apply that by pouring it over the seeds as precise as he can. Then take a tool, looks like a shovel or a hoe handle, and agitate those seeds, mix those seeds around in hopes that every seed gets some inoculant on it. Here's a little better way for the farmer to apply the liquid using a valve and metering tube. Now, the equipment may be old, it doesn't have to be new and shiny, but here you see a bag of inoculant hanging from a seed wagon, and that tube going down, and that has a little metering clamp, and it is allowing that liquid to leak out at the appropriate amount based upon how much seed is pulled through that auger, and that more seed are in touch with the rhizobia. This is a little more precise method of applying liquid inoculant at the farmer or grower level. Well, what goes on with farmer applied? What's different about farmer applied and retailer applied other than the convenience that I mentioned before? Well, the farmer applied has a lower concentration of rhizobia per milliliter versus a custom applied or retailer applied liquid. That increased application rate versus the custom applied is 3 to 4 ounces per hundredweight versus 1.5 to 2 ounces. Only rhizobium and no added benefits or enhancers are used with the farmer applied. It's an excellent choice for soybeans or peas to use at seeding time because it's going right to the field for planting, and there's no threat of seed treatment compatibility issues. And it's an excellent choice, again, for peas and soybeans. Now, farmer applied in furrow is a little bit better than farmer applied on seed. Now, in this series of images, a farmer will apply liquid inoculant using in-furrow application equipment. And this is an example. You're going to see a tank that would hold the liquid rhizobium, front tank, saddle tanks, really doesn't matter. And you're going to see tubes that are going to go down in the middle of the furrow at those planting coulters. And you can see the tubes on these two different planter coulters, here and here. A better view of this, in this illustration, you can see the tube here is going to apply the inoculant directly in the furrow. Now, rhizobia, they don't move much once they get in the furrow. They're not going all through the soil. They're going to stay where they're at. They're going to stay next to the seed, which is so important. because that's where you want it to happen. And in-furrow applied inoculants tend to form nodules on the secondary or lateral roots. Now, a little bit deeper on farmer applied in-furrow. The best practices are as follows. Inoculants must be applied directly in the seed trench, not 2x2 like commercial fertilizers. Remember, inoculant is not a fertilizer. Products need to be diluted into a clean tank, filled with the appropriate amount of non-chlorinated water mounted directly to the planter. The product should be diluted with 5 to 10 gallons of water per acre for best results. If planting into drier soils, plant at least 1.5 to 2 inches in depth to prevent cell die-off. An excellent way to inoculate without handling the seed or relying on an uneven distribution of rhizobium is farmer applied in furrow. Well, let's look at farmer applied granulated peat. Now, it's been designed to go in furrow as well. Here's some modern day seeder with the granular compartment. It's an air seeder that pulls that granular through those big yellow tanks. Now, it's available for pulse crops and other crops, and it's offered in 40-pound and 520-pound mini totes. It's simple and easy to use. Consult the application rate based upon your row spacing and crop. And it's recommended for use on virgin ground and harsh environmental conditions or land exiting the CRP program. It's formulated at a lower moisture content to ensure flowability through air seeders and insecticide boxes. It is bagged at 34% moisture to ensure flowability through planting equipment. Now, there are some best practices for the granulated peat that are very important to follow. One is preparation. Prepare that planter. Make sure the in-furrow tubes are free of debris, maybe dirt, clogged up dirt, mud, webs, nest even, and check the drive for proper rate and speed. Follow the instructions on the label, such as plant at the equipment manufacturer's suggested speed. To avoid bridging, fill the hopper for the day's use only. If it's in a high humidity area, fill the hopper half full, because that packed product can cause bridging, and we don't want an angry grower when the product is bridged. But don't leave the product in the insecticide or fertilizer tanks overnight. If you have questions, contact a qualified sales representative and we'll help you. Let's talk about seed applied peat that has the adhesion polymer, sometimes known as stick or sticky. And you can see it on this seed. Those seed have a good coating of that powdered peat. Well, it's available for most legume crops, and it's offered in convenient sizes, 1,500-pound treat sizes and 100-pound packages. It's very simple and easy to use. You just apply it directly to the seed. You don't need to mix a slurry, and it's formulated with a bit of a polymer to aid in that adhesion. And we see around a 68% improved adhesion of that inoculant in that planter box with this product. Obviously, the more inoculant on the seed means more effective rhizobia surrounding the emerging seedling. And the more inoculant you have on it, the better nodulation you'll have. However, it's not suited for organic use. Now, here's seed applied powdered peat. There is some peat on that seed. You can see those seeds, some of those seed are a little bit darker. If we went back a few slides, you'd see that most of those seeds were darker. Now, the seed applied powdered peat, it is available for most legume crops. And it comes packaged in different package sizes, 1,500-pound, 300-pound, 100-pound treatment sizes, and so forth. It's very simple and easy to use. It's applied directly to the seed, but the slurry method is recommended for optimal results. But it can be applied dry to the seed. You're just not going to get as much adhesion as you would with the sticky peat. The difference is the powdered peat is organic listed. It's organic approved. So you may have some need for that. Let's talk a little bit about double inoculation. Is it necessary? What is it? I mentioned it earlier in the video. But it's vital for farmers who want to achieve these maximum yields in their legume crops to double inoculate with live nitrogen fixing bacteria, especially if you're in harsh conditions. Let's discuss now when and where and the hows of double inoculation. Now, as a reminder, inoculation is the application of massive amounts of rhizobia bacteria either to the legume seed or to the soil which the legume is planted. Inoculate shouldn't be confused with seed treatment. Okay, that helps with the seedling from disease. Well, let's talk about the difference of double inoculation, what it is and what it is not. Seed-applied inoculants tend to form those nodules closer to the location of the seed in furrow. Inoculants tend to form nodules on the secondary or lateral roots. So by combining the two applications, the seed-applied and the in furrow, you allow for a wider distribution of nodules along the entire root system. So, by double inoculating, you give the plant an even greater chance of exceeding your yield potential. That's why it's important. Now, double inoculation does not mean applying double the published application rate. I'll go over it again. Double inoculation is the application method for the rhizobia inoculant that combines seed-applied inoculants with a sequential in-furrow application of a liquid or granular inoculant. Double inoculation can help quickly establish high populations of rhizobia bacteria to ensure that optimal nodulation and legume performance. And I'll reiterate, double inoculation does not mean applying double the published application rate. So some best practices. These living organisms need your assistance to provide nutrition and proper handling to keep them healthy. We have to pick the right strain, and we'll publish the right strain and provide that right strain for you. And there's many different types of strains within the families of rhizobias. And it's a small investment on your part of time and money in seed inoculation to ensure that the correct rhizobium is in that soil at the time of planting. Water quality. Make sure you use non-chlorinated water. Chlorine is in most public water supplies and is harmful to rhizobia. If you don't have access to non-chlorinated water, you could use dechlorination tablets or just allow the chlorine to dissipate or gas off by leaving the water in the container in those tanks open for a few hours. Clean your inoculant tanks. It's recommended you clean your inoculant tank weekly. Make sure there's no residual or fungal growth is present in that tank. That can be harmful to the rhizobia. Now, compatibility is also very important. Never mix inoculants with any kind of fertilizer or pesticide unless the manufacturer has tested the compatibility in advance. Check with your manufacturer rep or their website for compatibility. The last best practice I would stress is Always use inoculants before the published expiration date. Remember, inoculants are living organisms. They do have an expiration date. Along with that, it's important to understand how to store inoculants. We want to encourage you to use fresh inoculants in season, right? Don't use carryover inoculants. If you have to store inoculants, store them in a cool, dry place out of direct sunlight. Store the product between 40 and 77 degrees or 4 and 25 C. Do not store in an area that's going to be fumigated or has been recently fumigated. And if you have carryover, after you've consulted with your manufacturer rep on the disposition of that product, most likely it can be disposed of in a landfill or in your local garden. It will increase the organic matter in that soil. I want to stress that all inoculants are not created equally. In fact, most are not. There's differences between product formulation, CFUs, and application rates. And I mentioned earlier, the certified organic inoculants. Let me go just a little bit deeper and help you understand a few of these terms. Product formulation. Ensure that when you're comparing the products, you're comparing like formulation types. For example, to get a good comparison of products, you should compare a liquid product to another liquid product. That seems simple, but we get those questions on how a granular compares to a liquid or a peat compares to a granular. So let's compare apples to apples here. Understand the CFUs, or colony forming units. That's the unit of measurement on how strong the rhizobia is. We won't go into that in much more detail, but understand that that is the unit of measurement for the efficacy of rhizobia. Application rates. Not all inoculants have the same application rates. Read the label, read the instructions to understand the application rates of the different manufacturers for the different inoculants. These factors will help you compare and evaluate products equally. If you're an organic grower or you have organic growers, prior to treating, you should ensure that the inoculant you plan to use has been organically certified. Not all formulations are able to be certified organic. Look for the OMRI certification, OMRI certification. I would encourage you to go to our website, Vision Biologics, because we offer an unprecedented amount of products that carry the OMRI approval. It's just on our website. We're grower minded that way, and they're easy to pull the certificates for them. Well, how does all this inoculant benefit agriculture production? Hopefully you've learned a lot about inoculation in the past few minutes. But let's cover a few points. About 78% of our atmosphere is made up of nitrogen. Probably heard that in science class. Plants cannot absorb nitrogen from the air, right? They need some help. This bacteria, the rhizobia bacteria, that's where it comes into play. It helps. By inoculating your legume plants, you help add nitrogen to the soil. Nitrogen's that gas that occurs naturally in our atmosphere. Plants need it to grow because it helps them perform the photosynthesis, which is the process that gives the plant its food. Plants cannot absorb nitrogen from that air. They need it to be in the soil. This is where these inoculants come in, like I said. Inoculation will help legumes to fix nitrogen in the ground where it can be assessed more readily. We can reduce the use of inorganic or synthetic N and make use of the organic N through fixation. Remember, there's no leaching, and it's just good for the environment. In review, Inoculation is that application of massive amounts of rhizobia bacteria, either to the seed or to the soil into which that legume can be planted. The plant gives the bacteria a place to live and multiply, and in return, the bacteria convert the atmospheric nitrogen into a usable form for the plant. It's that symbiotic relationship again. Specific strains of rhizobia treat specific legumes. Remember to use fresh inoculant every planting season. And it's important to evaluate that plant for nodulation between 4 and 8 weeks after emergence for those nodules. That inside that nodule should be a dark pink. Rhizobia and nodules convert atmospheric nitrogen, NO2, into a usable form for the legume, NHO3. Those various methods to apply inoculant, peat, granular, liquid, find out what's right for you. Remember to store inoculants per the manufacturer's instructions. At Vision Biologics, we offer a wide variety of the inoculants and biological products that can help a farmer not just meet their yield goals, but exceed them. We hope you've enjoyed today's conversation and you enjoy the remainder of your conference, and we appreciate your participation today.
Corbett, thank you very much for that great presentation. I hope all of you got a lot out of that. We're going to take a short break and we'll see you back at 2:05. Thank you.
Be alert, be patient, stay alive. It's springtime. Farmers are back on the road and they drive big equipment. They sometimes need extra room on the narrow rural roadways. Be agri-friendly. Slow down, take a deep breath, and relax. When passing, make sure farmers see you. The last thing you need is an accident.
Welcome back. Our next presentation is Dr. Juliet Marshall with the University of Idaho to talk to us about cereal diseases, pests, and varieties. And I think you'll find this a very interesting topic.
Okay, thank you for the invitation to speak today to the Idaho Eastern Oregon Seed Association. And I'm going to talk today about cereal seed diseases, pests, and some of the solutions. I'm Juliet Marshall. I work at the University of Idaho at Aberdeen and Idaho Falls. First, I want to kind of introduce you to some of our cereal website resources. My homepage is the URL as listed over here in the upper right corner. And on our cereals homepage, we have our small grains report, various cereal growth stages to look at. We also publish our disease reports and various disease alerts to that website. In addition to that, we have our diagnostics website. Dr. James Woodall in Parma has information up there on plant diagnosis, as well as our website in Idaho Falls, where Margaret Mull is a diagnostician. Other disease-related resources for cereals include TV Pest Alert, Treasure Valley Pest Alert, the cropalerts.org, and the uidaho.edu spores website, where we have posted their information in regards to the spore trapping network throughout the state of Idaho. Also want to let you know that on that website, our home website, is the chart here for management of small grain diseases and the efficacy of various fungicides for control of diseases. Now, these diseases are all foliar-based diseases, and we will be talking more in this talk, in this session, on some of this soil-borne diseases and diseases that can be controlled with fungicides applied to the seed. And oftentimes we start with the concepts of disease development and how does disease develop. We often focus first on the disease triangle, but I want to talk about some overlapping circles that represent the host, the pathogen, and the environment. And when all of those align in the appropriate formation, what we have is the disease triangle, where the susceptible host, the pathogen, and a conducive environment triangulate to form optimum conditions for disease development. And so, yes, I did have to go back to the disease triangle, but I think, kind of looking at these circles sometimes gives you a better concept or better idea of how to understand how disease develops. What we like to start with, though, is not only how does disease develop, but what can we do to prevent disease from developing and preventing yield loss. And so we look at IPM practices, or integrated pest management practices, that will prevent losses both in yield and the economic value associated with crop production and in time. Obviously, we want to do our best to minimize the amount of time that we're in the field to control diseases. So we're looking at utilizing integrated pest management situations that will reduce disease and reduce the occurrence of disastrous disease epidemics. So looking at integrated pest management practices that will prevent diseases and prevent pest development in small grains. We also want to address best management practices, and pretty much they're the same thing. We utilize best management practices to promote a healthy crop and reduce disease and insect pest problems. So what we want to start with for best management practices include, obviously, the number one thing I always talk about are crop rotations. If we have appropriate crop rotations, then you really don't need to have a pathologist called, or you'll have a lot less stress associated with diseases. Crop rotations are the #1 factor associated with promoting a healthy crop. We also like to remind everybody to do appropriate soil testing prior to planting so that you can apply appropriate levels and combinations of fertilizer so that you promote a healthy crop as well. Variety selection is important for making sure that you're planting varieties with less susceptibility to different diseases. And the utilization of certified seed is also extremely important because certified seed oft has a lot less weed seed contamination. They're treated with appropriate fungicides, and you are buying the healthiest seed possible to plant for the next generation. Seedbed preparation is often overlooked, and we see in many cases people planting small grains as fast as possible and just getting the small grain fields planted without really taking the time necessary to plant uniformly in depth and uniformly in spacing. And it makes a big difference when it comes to the overall uniformity of the crop and different crop growth stages that are appropriate for planting fungicides. So seed treatments are important to reduce the initial diseases. Starter fertilizer is also very important. Phosphorus levels are really important as the seedling starts to develop to have really good healthy roots. Irrigation management once the crop is up and growing is important. Too much irrigation results in some diseases and potential lodging. Too little irrigation can result in other types of diseases like dryland foot rot, for example, but also limits yield. We don't talk a lot or nearly enough about scouting, trying to get out into the field to see what is going on in the field when diseases start to get established. And scouting is really important for those foliar diseases like stripe rust or yellow rust. And if you can find it early and apply appropriate fungicides, then you can actually stop a lot of the problems associated with disease progression and yield loss. Crop rotations, as I mentioned in the last couple of slides, are extraordinarily important to reduce the impact of diseases. I like looking at this chart to emphasize that crop diversity is so extremely important to reducing disease pressure. The longer the rotation between the types of crops, the greater the breakdown of residues and disease organisms and pests that will potentially be available to affect your crop. So I like to look at this double triangle to show that crop diversity, a large level of crop diversity, usually results in a lot lower disease pressure. And on the opposite part of it, if you have very low crop diversity, such as continuous small grains, you are risking the buildup of quite a lot of diseases, both in the soil and in the foliar part of the crop production. So soil diseases are really effective when you have lower crop diversity. They really build up, and whether it's nematodes or fungi, we can really have huge impacts on disease pressure with lower crop diversity. And so also, we talk about broadleaf versus grasses. The best way to look at crop rotation is broadleafs being rotated regularly with our grass productions. Wheat and barley is a good example. That's optimum. And if it's at all possible, 3 to 4 year rotations are much more effective than 1 year rotations. In some of our areas, we're extremely limited on what we can grow, and sometimes we are only able to produce small grains in certain areas, whether it's due to elevation or amount of moisture that's available. So we can look at wheat versus barley as a type of rotation. But also we often overlook the fact that winter versus spring or summer crops can be a crop rotation as well, because there are diseases that affect our spring crops that really don't impact our winter planted crops, and vice versa. We can't forget variety rotation or the use of multiple varieties in the same field to reduce your risk. If you have one variety that is susceptible to stripe rust, for example, you're spraying the entire area with fungicides. It's important to rotate varieties and utilize multiple varieties within the same year to reduce your risk. Fungicide and herbicides are also important, that we rotate the mode of action of different fungicides and herbicides so that we reduce the risk of buildup of resistance of different fungi to the same mode of action fungicides that are applied. And even between crops, we'll often have strobilurins applied for small grains and then use strobilurins in potatoes or other different crops. So it's also important to pay attention to the mode of actions of fungicides and herbicides. So rotations can really encompass a lot larger, broader implication than just looking at crop diversity. One of the things that we often talk about is a green bridge, and not technically a structure per se, but a green bridge is the utilization of cropping practices that allow insects or diseases, fungi, nematodes, to really survive from one generation to the next on living host material. So the more we have an overlap of different cropping cycles or crop generations within a year, the higher the potential for diseases to cross over between crop generations or between years. So when you have the constant availability of living green host material of a given crop, then you really risk increasing different potential problems. Whether you're talking insects like Russian wheat aphid, bird chariot aphid, these types of insects, especially bird chariot aphid is a good example, can actually vector barley yellow dwarf virus. And then you end up carrying virus from crop to crop, especially as the spring crops dry down and you plant your winter trials really early or your winter fields really early, then you have a higher risk of barley yellow dwarf virus going from the spring crop into the newly emerged winter crop. Another insect issue or insect-like issue are mites, and mites can vector wheat streak mosaic virus. Other issues associated with green bridge material includes foot rot, soil-borne diseases. Take all is also a soil-borne disease. And we can talk about stripe rust as well. And we'll get into a little bit more details on how we can look at the green bridge and the effects of these various different diseases. This is an example of very low crop diversity, continuous grain with little to no rotation in some of our dryland production areas. We're pretty much planting grain after grain. So this is after harvest of a dryland winter field, and with a little bit of moisture, a little bit of rain. Sometimes it's irrigation if you are able to irrigate the crop and get the volunteer to germinate and start growing after harvest, then you have a prime example of green bridge material where I could plant a fall crop in a neighboring field, and these green plants serve as a reservoir of disease for what we call that green bridge effect. Other examples include grassy weeds in rotation crops, especially looking at things like alfalfa. Oftentimes we have weeds that are difficult to control in alfalfa, especially dandelions. But if we allow grassy weeds to continue to grow in the same circumstances, then our alfalfa actually becomes a source of infection with the grassy weeds, serving as a wonderful reservoir for things like take-all and other soil-borne fungi. A lack of dead zone between seasons is also pretty significant. In some areas where we have spring wheat that has a hard time maturing because of the growing degree days being a little bit cooler than some years, then you end up having the green bridge of the spring crop directly impacting or being not even dried down before you plant the winter crop. And so that's kind of what I mean by dead zone. So the longer the period of time between harvest of small grains and the planting of the winter production grains, then the dead zone increases, or the lack of green material between seasons increases, and you have less chance of many diseases crossing that green bridge. So I'm going to talk about specific diseases now, seed-borne cereal diseases as well as soil-borne diseases, and discuss the impact of fungicides on the occurrence of a lot of these diseases. So I'm going to talk about smuts, a little bit of head blight, black chaff, and bacterial streak to try to give some information on very different scenarios and the impact of green bridge and fungicides for controlling some of these diseases. So I'm going to start by looking at dwarf smut, common spot, and some of the other smuts. Oftentimes for dwarf smut and common smut, it's really easy to get resistant varieties that can control that particular disease. This is especially important in areas around southern Idaho that has an endemic population of dwarf smut. Resistant varieties to dwarf smut are also going to be resistant to common smut, but if you can't purchase resistant varieties, it's also really critical to use seed treatments like dividend to reduce the impact of these diseases. Other smut diseases include flag smut and loose smut, and these are smuts that are really easy to control with appropriate seed treatments. Looking at what dwarf smut and common smut do is the fungus infects and replaces the developing seed head with a bunt ball. And when this bunt ball breaks, like at harvest, as you can see in this slide here, then the whole area becomes contaminated with dwarf bunt spores or common bunt spores. This is actually a picture of dwarf smut, dwarf bunt. And the issue at harvest is that this increases your risk of fire because these spores are very volatile, and a simple spark can make the combine catch fire or the field catch fire. And of course, that's extraordinarily dangerous to the combine operator. So the dwarf bunt and common smut can be easily controlled with resistant varieties and seed treatments. So this is dwarf smut in the field, and you can see how much a susceptible plant is dwarfed. And when you take those heads and you smash them in your hand, you can get a lovely smelly ball of dwarf bunt in your hand. And the smell comes from a compound called trimethylamine, which is very similar to a fishy smell. So this is dwarf bunt. Common bunt does the same thing, but doesn't cause dwarfing of the plants in the field. So it is really important in some of our dryland areas to have varieties that are really resistant to dwarf smut. And I'm not talking a little resistance, I'm talking a high amount of resistance. And so this is the order of resistance with curlew, Dolores, golden spike, juniper, promontory. All these varieties are extremely resistant to dwarf smut. Now you can see a couple varieties in here that are mostly resistant. They're called moderately resistant. And you would think that that would be effective enough in the field in order to produce a healthy crop. But what I want to point out is that even small levels of 3 to 5% of susceptibility or 3 to 5% of the crop in the field showing low levels of dwarf bun can actually cause the crop to be rejected, because nobody at the elevator wants to mingle contaminated grain with healthy grain. And even though there are low levels, these low levels still smell, and they can still cause the flour and derived bread products to be gray in appearance. And so even though Yellowstone has moderate resistance, in some years where infection can occur and there's a good disease pressure and environment is optimum for infection, low levels of dwarf bun can allow for that crop to be rejected. So it's important to use fungicides even on those varieties that seem to have a high level of moderate resistance. Other smuts include loose smut, and this is loose smut in barley. And this is prior to the dissemination of the spores. As the spores start to dry down, the loose smut spores will infect the healthy wheat and barley heads that are still developing and still flowering. This is flag smut, which occurs very rarely. And there are areas in southeast Idaho, dryland areas in southern Idaho, where you can find flag smut occurring, but usually at very, very low levels. And it's not usually a yield drag on production. Here is loose smut, and this one is also in barley, but you can see that over time, the smut spores get released, and then you're left with an empty head of wheat or barley with just the rachis being left, and of course, a direct reduction in yield. For smut control, we usually suggest, as I said, resistant varieties. For dwarf smut, there is one effective fungicide. Dividend seed treatment is really effective in reducing the infection of dwarf smut in the field. Green bridge control might not seem obvious, but if you have a susceptible variety that is harvested, then your volunteer is effectively susceptible untreated seed that can encourage a buildup of smut in the field over many seasons. For common butt and flag smut, as well as loose smut, we can get resistant varieties, but these diseases are very effectively and easily controlled with fungicide seed treatment. Carboxin, an older fungicide, is still available and effective at controlling these diseases. And again, of course, we always want to manage our green ridge. Now I want to talk a little bit about Fusarium head blight. This disease occurs in wheat and barley, and the signs and symptoms of the disease include premature leaching of some of the infected spikes, as you can see here. You can also look very closely, and I think right here you might be able to see the orange Sporodokia forming. The disease has different levels of infection depending upon if it's wheat or barley, and different varieties have higher levels of resistance than others, but there's no true resistant varieties. And so fungicide plays a huge role in controlling this disease when the environmental conditions are optimum. This is the Sporodokia I told you about in the previous slide. These are orange areas where the spores are being massively produced from the fungus. Another characteristic is the darkening of the chaff, and that dark black-brown color is also usually pretty obvious on the rachis of the floret or of the spike. Other structures, in addition to the orange Sporodokia that most often form right here at the base of the spike and the rachis, are these black parathecia. These are the sexual stage of the fungi, and from the parathecia, it's a good overwintering from the fungus, and that is very characteristic of a particular fungus, Fusarium graminearum. The impact is in the first, in the season, within the season of the infection that has occurred is a prematurity dry down of infected spikelets. And so you get the chaff drying down in a bleached fashion, resulting in shriveled kernels. And you can see there's a little bit of fungal growth on that kernel here. These kernels down at the very bottom are mostly what we call tombstone kernels, where you can see fungal growth on the external part. The good news is that these kernels are easily blown out of the back of the combine. And so when you know you have infection prior to harvest, you can turn up the speed, the fan speed on the combine, and blow a lot of these affected kernels out, which is really important when it comes to reducing the DON levels in the crop. One way to tell for sure whether or not it's fusarium is utilizing a quick diagnostic procedure by taking some of those affected heads and putting them in a Ziploc bag. And if you've got confirmation with those pink coloration of fungal growth in the Ziploc bag, then you know you need to, at harvest, increase the fan speed to try to reduce both the infected kernels and the levels of the DON toxin that accompanies the fungal infection. Now that results in high levels or a high risk of having your crop rejected if you have high levels of DON in your crop. As low as 1 part per million in barley and wheat can result in rejection of that seed. So it's really important to know if you have that in the field prior to harvest. Our general recommendations for head blight control include utilizing appropriate crop rotations to reduce the potential for the disease to develop. And that includes corn. This disease particularly proliferates well on corn residue. And so if you have to plant small grains after a corn crop, it's really important to select a resistant variety and consider using fungicide application at the appropriate timing. And that occurs usually at about day 2 after flowering. So this head represents a head that is not yet mature enough to flower. The middle heads here are representing heads that are in the middle of flowering. And this is the optimum time to actually apply fungicides to reduce head blight. It will be too late when those anthers that are extruded dry up and become white. So if you can't manage to spray fungicide at the appropriate time, you can result in your seed being rejected due to fusarium damaged kernels and or DON, the deoxynivalenol toxin. It's also called vomit toxin because it makes monogastric animals vomit. So it's important to reduce the impact of the fusarium with appropriate fungicide. If, however, that didn't happen, and your question is next, what do you do with the seed? You can't sell it for grain, you can't sell it for malt barley, you can't sell it for feed. So the utilization of that grain becomes really only down to being able to use it for seed. So you can clean it really well, treat it with a good fungicide, and that fungicide should allow the complete control of seedling blight associated with infected kernels. So that's the only thing you can utilize fusarium damaged kernels for, is actually as a seed source. Again, it has to be cleaned well, and the fungicide should prevent fusarium seedling blight. It's unlikely that infected fusarium seeds will actually contribute to head blight in the next season, but they can be used for a healthy crop for crop production. Now I'm going to talk about bacterial leaf streak, which is in barley, or black chaff in wheat. And this is a bacterial disease that cannot be controlled with fungicides. And this first picture is a picture of black chaff in wheat, and the bacteria have infected leaves, but also the head, the developing spikes of that plant, and it results in really discolored brown-black infection on the heads of wheat and barley. In the plant itself, what you can see are water-soaked lesions where the infection has initially occurred, and that causes maceration of the tissue. And later on, the tissue turns chlorotic and necrotic, which is yellow to brown, and you start to see some exudation on the leaf surface of bacterial colonies. These will dry and flake off and will be easily blown about with wind. In barley, you often have the development of these long streaks, and that's why it's called bacterial streak in barley. But you can also see the brown-black color in some of the other leaves, an undercurrent of black and brown. And these are the necrotic lesions. These are some of the chlorotic lesions that you'll see in barley. So this picture is an infected leaf where you can see the signs of the infection on the leaf, or the symptoms of the infection on the leaf. Again, you can see that blackening undercurrent on the leaf surface. But if you can take these leaves and cut them with a very sharp knife or razor blade and put the leaf underwater, the signs of the bacteria are present. That's the actual bacteria themselves are exuding from the vascular tissue right from that cut surface of the leaf. And this is very easily seen under pretty low magnification. Only a 10x lens will allow you to see the vascular tissue exuding all of the bacteria from either lesions on wheat or barley. Here's another way that you can see it, a little bit of a cloudy oozing that starts to wisp away into the clean water. Very, very characteristic and very easy to pick up on infected tissue. Unfortunately, we have very little options for control of these bacteria. The infections almost always follow some sort of damage to the crop, whether it's sleet or hail or even frost, which damages the leaf tissue and allows the bacteria, which are pretty ubiquitous throughout the production area, to infect a damaged leaf. So infection follows the damage, but you may not see widespread infection until later in the season when it warms up and the bacterial populations really start to explode. These exudates of the bacteria are very easily rain splashed or splashed by irrigation and can spread very rapidly through an entire field, leaving sticky heads and sticky leaves in the field. And the only suggestions that we have to reduce the spread in the field is to actually change irrigation practices. Once the infection has occurred, we recommend to irrigate less frequently, so stretch out the periods of time between irrigations and also lengthen the time of that irrigation so you have less splashing, less rapid splashing throughout the field. There really is no effective control. And there are no fungicides. Obviously, this is a bacterial disease, so no effective fungicides, no real effective measures of control, which that includes sulfur and other zinc type compounds that are applied to try to reduce it. They're really not effective in reducing the disease. This disease is seed-borne and soil-borne. So no seed treatments will effectively control this. It is important to plant clean seed that you know hasn't been infected in the field from the previous season. Okay, so that's talking directly about seed treatments to control seed-borne diseases, but now I want to talk about some soil-borne cereal diseases and the utilization of fungicides to try to reduce the impact of some of these endemic soil-borne diseases. Often I like to start with dryland foot rot, and take all. And both of these diseases can occur in any environment, but it depends. The dryland foot rot tends to occur on dryland grain production, but it can occur where you have crop stress under irrigation. Take-off usually occurs when on the opposite extreme, where you have excessive moisture in the field or a very wet spring. Most often, both of these are occurring in winter wheat. So the other diseases we want to talk about with seed treatments and controlling disease is, believe it or not, stripe rust. We'll talk about a little bit about the green bridge implications with trying to reduce fall infection. And then the last disease that can be effectively controlled with some seed treatments that we'll talk about is Pythium. Dryland crown rot is pretty characteristically shown in these two seedlings, or these two dead plants on the left. And dryland crown rot can be caused by Bipolaris species, which produces a chocolate brown infection of the plant hypocotyl, which is the stem base between the seed that has germinated and the area that sets the crown. So the deeper you plant a crop, the longer this hypocotyl, the greater the chance of infection, especially in infested soils or soils that have a lot of crop residue. This one is Fusarium infection. This is what we call whiteheads in the field, where the entire tiller has been killed by fungal infection, and the whiteheads look mature long before the crop with the healthy tillers are actually mature. So these are two examples of dryland crown rot. Take-all occurs usually when you have wetter conditions, and again, usually in under irrigation, but it can occur in winter wheat that's dryland production that's had an excessively wet spring. So take-all is really easy to diagnose. This is a healthy crop on the left with a stronger root system than the plants on the right. And what you need to do is actually just pull off the lower leaf sheaths to reveal what is a blackened stocking, what we call a blackened stocking at the base of the stems. And it's shiny, and you can see the real lack of roots and those roots are often also black and shiny, and they are brittle. So it's really easy to diagnose take-all in the field. The other thing you can do is look at the roots underneath a dissecting microscope or even a hand lens. You should be able to see these roots that are collapsed, and you can see the fungi running along the root in what's called little black strands of runner hyphae. So these runner hyphae run on the outside of infected roots. And again, very characteristic of take-all. So what can we do to try to reduce the impacts of take-all and dryland foot rot? First, crop rotation. For take-all, 1 year out of wheat or barley is very effective in reducing the disease levels in the field. Again, destroy the grassy weeds and volunteers, even in things like alfalfa or other crops like potatoes, because they can absolutely be a host for take-all fungi. Destroy the crop residue if you can. Use proper fertility methods, especially a balanced nitrogen and phosphorus combination to promote a healthy crop. For dryland foot rot, crop rotation 2 to 3 years out of wheat or barley is a lot better. If we can destroy those grassy weeds and volunteers, again, that's very important to reduce this disease, as well as to destroy crop residue, which is counter to a lot of the practices that we promote for no-till. So crop rotation is important, but again, when we can't do crop rotation or we're restricted to small grains production, the crop residue is a really good resource for these fungi for the source of infection. For dryland foot rot, late seeding and shallow seeding of winter seeded crops. Use clean seed And believe it or not, if you can seed in soils that are less than 55 degrees, it actually does not promote dryland foot rot infection. So it's important to not seed into dry, hot soil. Again, balance soil fertility and avoid excessive amounts of nitrogen. Oftentimes you'll see labels, fungicide seed treatment labels with seed treatments labeled for control of take-all and dryland foot rot. But I want to emphasize that seed treatments are only effective at the seedling stage in reducing some of the initial infection from some of these soil-borne diseases. Those seed treatments will wear off and the efficacy over time will become reduced. And when you have take-all and dryland foot rot trying to infect the crop all winter long, and especially in the spring again, then they're not effective in reducing all of the impacts associated with these diseases. There are no real resistant varieties to take-all and dryland foot rot. And the same with Pythium. Pythium is a fungal-like organism. We have no resistant varieties to Pythium. However, this disease often infects in the spring when you have really cold, wet conditions. And of course, it is optimum to plant our spring wheat and spring barley as soon as possible. And that often means we're planting in very cold and waterlogged soils. So if we can avoid the waterlogged soils and treat with an effective fungicide, which is metalaxyl or methanoxam, we can really reduce the amount of infection from Pythium species. So utilizing high quality seed, balanced fertilizer, often phosphorus is really critical to promote quick, healthy soil growth of the roots. And the seed treatments for wheat, Allegiance and April, or other metalaxyl-based fungicides for barley will be really effective in reducing this particular soil-borne disease. One of the things I do want to mention, the metalaxyl and methanoxam are fungicides that are used often across the board on multiple crops, potatoes, wheat, barley, and many other crops. It's important to know that there are areas with high levels of metalaxyl resistance, and in that case, you have to find a different fungicide to try to reduce Pythium impacts. So we are looking at other fungicides like ethoboxam to try to reduce the impact of the Pythium species in areas that have fungicide resistance. Okay, now I want to talk about stripe rust. Yes, stripe rust or yellow rust as it's often called is a foliar disease spread in the wind. Our best management practices include the utilization of resistant varieties, fungicide application when there are low levels in the field, and green bridge control. The problem with stripe rust is it can infect early and cause really devastating losses, or it can infect very late in the season and again cause devastating losses. So fungicide applications later in the season, and these three lines here, actually there's more than three, represent the application of fungicides very late in the season. We're talking at heading and flowering. All the rest of these bars or lines represent fungicide applications either at herbicide timing or at herbicide timing and at flowering or at flag leaf application. And what I want to impress upon you is that these late season infections, even as late as flowering or after flag leaf and at flowering, really can be almost as devastating in the disease progression as an untreated control. So late infections of stripe rust can have significant impacts on yield and test weight. This is the results from last year where we had an untreated check very late in the season have over 30% stripe rust severity. 30% of the leaves were affected by stripe rust. And some of the applications of fungicide, this particular treatment was Quilt XL at herbicide timing and then Trivapro at flagleaf. And you can see excellent control of stripe rust. And this is just Trivapro at flagleaf, and you can see it did not do as effective in controlling stripe rust as just Trivapro at half or 50% heading. So late season infections are important for trying to reduce yield loss associated with stripe rust. But the biggest damage comes from stripe rust infections in the fall in your winter planted crop prior to the onset of cold conditions. And it really can damage the crop, resulting into as much as 80% yield loss with very susceptible varieties. And pretty much the stripe rust susceptible varieties become nothing more than a spore manufacturing plant that results in stripe rust being spread over multiple areas, many miles, and covering equipment and causing spore problems, inhalation problems for humans and cattle even. So this is equipment covered with billions and billions of spores, and it turns the equipment orange, it turns your pants orange, it turns your boots orange, and pretty much anything that goes into the field can be coated with these orange spores. So the fall infection is particularly important to control. So if you have fall planting of winter wheat and you have volunteer nearby, you really need to be careful, because these volunteers in this particular field were not controlled by fall planting. So if I was planting a field nearby and I knew that there was a bad stripe rust here previously, I would use seed treatments. And these could be key to delaying or preventing fall infection of stripe rust. And so you definitely don't want to go into the winter with a crop already infected by stripe rust, because that stripe rust can overwinter just as effectively as the winter wheat can overwinter. So as long as the crop is green, the infection can occur and maintain the infection throughout the winter and come out in the spring just as infected and causing huge problem in susceptible varieties. All right, now I want to briefly mention cereal cyst nematode, because this is a widespread area or a widespread problem in many areas of southern and southeast Idaho. It is a significant impact on spring crops more than winter crops, and you have yellowing of the crop, reduced and stunted bushy symptoms on the roots, and that means that the crop can't as effectively bring up water and nutrients. This is a very typical infection where the nematode has infected a growing root tip and caused a proliferation of the roots below that point of infection. You get bushy, knotted, shallow roots, and you can see where the female cysts have grown big enough that you can see them with your naked eye. Sometimes you might need maybe a 10x little lens to see them, but most people can see them with their naked eye. And then as the crop matures, those female white cysts actually become brown, dried down, and hard, which is really hard to see because it looks a lot like a grain of sand. And it also looks the same color as the soil, but that's what allows the cereal cyst nematode to keep the eggs viable all winter long, and then those eggs hatch and infect the spring crop. So this is a really good example of what control of cereal cyst nematode will actually do to provide a very healthy crop. This is infected crop. This is a plot that had been treated with Temic prior to planting or at planting. So you're looking at potentially 35 to 50% yield reduction with the infection of these nematodes. Our management strategies for cereal cyst nematodes include sanitation, trying not to let the field become infected in the first place, the utilization of crop rotation, Many of these eggs and juveniles, they hatch in the spring, and if there's not a crop there, then they're going to die. And so even as much as 1 year out of small grains is really effective in reducing the population quite a bit. We also recommend host resistance. And this is an instance where it would be wonderful to have some sort of chemical or biological control that you could utilize at seed planting as a seed treatment to really reduce the impact of the nematodes. But at this time, we don't have that. So at this junction, chemical and biological control at seeding is not something that we have an option for. Obviously, Temic is not something that you'll use in a widespread amount of acreage for control of cereal cyst nematode. Okay, we can choose varieties that have less susceptibility. Some of the varieties at this end here are showing high levels of damage with the infection of cereal cyst nematode. And some of these varieties down here at the top of this chart, like Tico, Melba, have a lot more tolerance to the cereal cyst nematode. We have these ratings also for hard white spring wheat, where varieties like Dane have a really good level of damage, less damage, a really good level of moderate resistance to cereal cyst nematode. And for our hard red spring wheat, we also have another series of rankings associated with the levels of damage, where these varieties down here, closer to 4 and 5, have a high level of damage with cereal cyst nematode infection. So I want to end again by promoting best management practices, which include crop rotations, making sure that there's longer rotations between similar types of crops to allow the breakdown of residues as well as cereal disease organisms. This research was promoted and sponsored by the University of Idaho, Idaho Barley Research, Idaho Barley Commission, Idaho Wheat Commission, the USDA Agricultural Research Service, and the U.S. Wheat and Barley Scab Initiative.
Juliet, thank you so much for that great presentation. I hope all of you got to learn a lot from that. Juliet is an outstanding researcher for the wheat and grain industries here in the state. Our last presenter is Sherm Takatori with Idaho State Department of Agriculture, here to give you some updates about the ISDA. But before we go into that, I want to thank you again for joining us today and for being a Farm Bureau member.
Hello, my name is Sherm Takatori. I'm from the Idaho State Department of Agriculture. I'm a program manager in the Division of Agricultural Resources, and I take care of the pesticide licensing program, the pesticide applicator training program, the pesticide product registration program, and the water program. Today is sort of a new thing for us because I haven't really been on a video feed like this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you this presentation, but throughout this presentation we're going to have a couple of questions that are going to be coming your way for audience engagement. Just be looking for those, and remember, when they come up, answer them as quickly as possible so that you can get credit for this presentation. What I'm going to be showing you today is our licensing and regulatory updates. And what we're going to do on this presentation is we're going to go over a couple of these issues. First off, I'm going to give you an update on some of the things that our current situation with the COVID-19 and how it's been affecting our licensing and certification, and also what's been happening in the department and the division. The next thing we're going to be talking about is the changes to the federal certification and training regulations, or in other words, the changes to FIFRA that a lot of you probably have been hearing a lot about lately. It's been pretty much the hottest topic we've had in pesticides for quite a while. The next thing we're going to talk about is negotiated rulemaking and the proposed rules that we're going to be under for the next conceivable future up until the next legislative session. And then at the end, I'll give you a summary of not only what we've discussed today, but also some of the hot topics that are out there that you probably would like to know about. Now, understand we have just had a lot of things that are happening not only in the department, but also in a lot of the other things that's been happening for our division. And, you know, it's not normal out there. You know that as well as I do. A lot of you have been watching your videos and things for your pesticide credits because there's very few, if not too many, of the live presentations that are going. There's just too many restrictions around there. We'll be discussing some of those things, and we'll be making sure that you have that information available to you so that as we go on through this period that we're going through, you'll have the best information, or at least you'll know who to contact if you need more information. Well, first thing what we're going to talk about as far as our current COVID issues out there is we're going to talk a little bit about our division operations. In other words, how is the Division of Agricultural Resources, how are we dealing with what's happening out there with COVID-19, and how are we helping our customers out there deal with this issues out there? Now, just like any other business out there, just like you guys out there, we're under some mandated precautions for COVID-19, and they're in effect right now at the department itself. Even if you're not going to see us, if you're going to see somebody else out there at the department, you will notice there are certain mandates that you have to abide by. Number one is that you just cannot come up to the department and walk through the doors and go and try to visit somebody. There's no walk-in meetings, there's no walk-in service. That's a little bit of a problem for some of our pesticide applicators, especially the ones that are trying to get their license and they don't have their manuals and things like that. One of the things that you're going to have to do is that you're going to have to, if you want to pick them up, and we'll still allow you to do that, but you're going to have to give us a call and set up a meeting for us to be able to bring those manuals out to you and for you to be able to pay for them either with your cash or your credit card or your check. So that's one of the things that you do need to remember. If you do need to come to the department, please call us up beforehand, make a meeting, or make sure that you have some sort of an appointment so that we know you're coming and we can make arrangements to be able to accommodate whatever you need. There's a lot of people that are telecommuting these days from the division. In fact, the division is probably about at half and half. There's probably no more than about 5 people in the office at any one time, maybe less than that, depending upon what the workday is. So we are light as far as the people in the office, which is another reason to call in for an appointment. However, we're doing full up on what we're doing. Everybody is working at their jobs, doing what they need to do. So although we're doing the telecommuting, although we're under these certain sorts of mandates, we are still doing the jobs that we are supposed to do out there. And then there's always other precautions that are being followed out there that we have to adhere to. In other words, just the same thing as other businesses have to do, a lot of sanitation. We have to wear masks and things like that when we're in a room that have more than one people and things of that nature. We're following all those precautions as well. So if you do have to come into the office and you do have a meeting with us, make sure that you do wear a mask. We do have some masks out there that you can use. They're disposable ones. You can take them with them if you don't bring one. But if you have one, by all means, bring with it. If you feel better also wearing gloves or something like that, by all means, you may do that yourself. Again, our issue at the department is just to make sure that we follow the guidelines that have been presented and make sure that everything's nice for you guys when you come in there. And if you have other questions about what you need to do for coming into the department, you can always go on the department website and you can also take a look at that. They also have some of the precautions that we're going under. They'll explain some of the things. Our own division has some frequently asked questions that we put up there. It's a good source for information on what's going on during this time frame. As far as our new licenses are concerned, there's been a lot of questions about how we're processing new licenses or if we're processing new licenses. Testing has been always an interesting thing, especially when you get into what our requirements are for during this COVID period. We are still doing testings. There was a period that we stopped because we had to figure out how we could effectively do testing during this time frame. But we have figured out a way, and what we're doing is it has resumed, but it has resumed in very specific places. It's in locations where we can get the distancing mandate done, where and we have a mask mandate. In other words, if you come in for a testing, then you must have a mask with you. The online registrations is still in effect. In fact, if you go out there and punch the button that says, where can I take an exam, it will come up with all areas of the states where you can take, or of the state that you can take an exam. Now remember, because of distancing requirements and things of that nature, there's a limited number of seating that is available for any testing session. You have to pay attention for that. So the best advice is just like any advice when you went to the online testing, make sure that you get in there early. Make sure that you get set up for a testing slot. And remember, once you go through the process of getting to the testing slot, mark it down on your calendar and make sure that you show up. Remember, once you are scheduled for a testing, that's your slot. We don't give it away. We don't have a list that's on a standby or anything else. If you don't make it to that slot for whatever reason, you're going to have to go and pay another $10 for another slot in there. That's all there is to it. And quite frankly, if you continue to miss slots, we'll probably do something else that will ensure that you make the next slot that you sign up to. The licensing staff, like I said, since we are also under some of the telecommuting things that we're doing right now, we don't have a full staff into the licensing right now, but we're still able to process license as we have done pre-COVID. There may be a few hiccups, so we may extend it just slightly because of some issues there, but we're still processing new licenses. We're still being able to process those licenses in a fair degree of time. If you have any questions as far as new licenses and things, make sure that you give us a call and we'll get them sorted out. As far as recertification is concerned, again, we all know that the restrictions that we're under right now have really either stopped or they've really limited our in-person seminars, which is why one of the reasons I'm giving you this seminar via this media right now. It's been a very, very difficult time for us because we did not know how long this period was going to last. And it appears it's probably going to be around with us for a while. In that case, what we did is that we can still get our recertification credits online. And we said, we're just going to pull out any restrictions. If you want to get all of your credits online, that's great. If you can find an in-person seminar that you can go to and you want to get some there, that's fine too. They're probably going to have to maintain the mandates for COVID, but you can go that route as well. Seminar providers, they are switching too. A lot of our seminar providers are switching to online live type of trainings, or they'll have modular type of trainings where they'll pre-record the training and then put it out such the same way as a recertification seminar that we have by one of our providers. Either way that they do that, it is still active and you can still use it for getting your recertification credits. Realistically, we don't have to change, we cannot change the number of required credits that you get for recertification of your license. Same thing is with the expiration dates. We cannot change that. The same expiration date, we're not going to extend any expiration dates, and again, we're not going to change any of the requirements for credits. So if you have questions about that, by all means, give us a call in licensing. We'll make sure that you have the right information for your credits and your recertification. Now, going on to our certification and training federal changes in the federal FIFA rules out there. This has been going on for quite a while. In other words, the first hint that we had on this and what we've been doing as far as this is concerned has been going on since probably about 5 years. It's been a big topic for EPA. It's been a very big item of discussion for all of us who work within licensing of pesticide applicators with the EPA. And so we've gotten it down to where we're having to do some things and making sure that we do the regulatory changes there. Some of the regulatory changes we've had to go through is this. First off, the proposed changes to our FIFRAs came out in 2005, and they went through a couple iterations until they got to where they had something that EPA actually published. And remember, this is pretty groundbreaking because it's the first certification change that they've had to FIFRA since FIFRA was actually put into play. So this is sort of a significant issue. Most of our changes, though, that were mandated by EPA through their negotiations with the other states and things like that, and Idaho as well, do not significantly affect Idaho pesticide applicators. And the reason is because we've been able to gradually change certain portions of Idaho regulation or rule and statute to be able to accommodate this. So the changes that we see right now, although some of them are fairly significant, I don't believe is going to have a really huge impact on Idaho applicators. So let's talk about some of the changes and things that's going to happen and what's going to happen in the next couple of years. First thing is that we had to go through and propose some of the changes that we're going to have to make to our what's called a state certification plan. EPA requires each state to have a certification plan that covers the licensing of pesticide applicators, what we do with violations, things of that nature. So we had to put that in this year in March to EPA, the draft plan. Now, EPA has 2 years to approve that plan or work with us to get it to where they can approve that plan. I don't believe that it's going to take that long. It will probably take somewhere more like 1 year, and then we'll be able to work on it. But once it's approved, then we as a department have an additional 4 to 6 years to implement any of the changes that we have proposed. Now, the one thing that we'll have to do in making the changes is we're going to have to change our rule. We may have to change something in statutes as well. But those are some of the changes that we may have to do in ISDA to be able to make the changes we've proposed in our certification plan. As far as our certified applicator changes that we need to do, well, let's talk about what we have. We have no real changes in our competency standards, and that was one thing that the changes to FIFRA did outline, is that they had to have some certain elevated levels of competency standards. We've been doing that in Idaho for quite a while. Our competency standards are right up there with any of the other states, so we're not really having a problem with that. We did have a portion of our rules that allowed a non-reading pesticide applicator to obtain certification for a restricted use pesticide. And that got taken out of the federal rules. We took it out of the state rules as well. We did need to define certain types of supervision for pesticide applicators that did not either have certification or did not have a license. That is going to have to be done in our rule. We are also required to have additional applicator categories to cover certain things that we're going to be doing, such as aerial application or area and space fumigation operations. And then we also had to have a requirement for training for unlicensed pesticide applicators, and that had to be somewhere within our rule as well. Now, as far as the other changes, they're pretty much current in our rules. I think we're pretty good on that one, and we'll have to see what the current rules are going to be once they go through the legislative session. But for the most part, we're doing pretty well as far as what we have in rule right now, with the exception of the changes we need to make sure that we are in compliance with FIFRA. Now, getting to rule changes and everything else, let's talk a little bit about negotiated rulemaking and the proposed rules that are up there. Now, one of the things that ISDA has done is that we have undergone for the last couple of months something called negotiated rulemaking. And what negotiated rulemaking is that it is a process where all of the people that are interested in the changes that are going to be made in the rules, and all interested parties, such as commodity groups, growers, other people, businesses will come in there and they will make and discuss changes in there and make suggestions on how to make things better or what needs to be made better to the department. And then we'll make the rules that way. But that's really in addition to the governor's red tape reduction emphasis that he's had ever since he gained office and said, we're going to make sure that our rules are more streamlined and they are better for the state as a whole. So what we did is we proposed a new portion of our rules so that they will be in compliance to the FIFA requirements that we have out there. To do this, what we did is we held 2 negotiated rulemaking sessions, one in June and one in August. And what we did was we used online meeting methods to do that because, of course, we were under the COVID mandate. So people were in on web-enabled meetings. We had people call in if they could not get on a computer web-enabled meeting. We did a lot of things during that time so that we could do the coordinated rulemaking. If we were doing it regularly, we would have a meeting place and people would come into the meeting place. They would discuss that in that meeting area. We'd also have people that would be online that could discuss that if they couldn't actually physically be there. As a result of these meetings, ISDA published a pesticide proposed rule in August after all of the meetings had been done. And so that proposal is currently right now up on the website right now, on the ISDA website. You can go into a portion of the website that says statute and rules, and if you go in there, you're going to see some proposed rules in there, and our ones that cover the pesticide applications will be right there. So you can go in there and take a look at all the proposed full text of the proposed rules. You can also take a look at all the sent in written comments from various people of interested parties that they sent in, various emails, and all the other things, and of course the minutes of what we had as far as the meetings are concerned themselves. Getting into what the proposed rules are, there was a lot of discussion we had on the rules that were not necessarily related to the pesticide applicator training or the pesticide applicator certification. And so a lot of it had to do with some other portions of the rules, and I'll try to cover those as much as possible. But one of the things that we did with the rule itself, we actually did some format changing to the rules itself so they're easier to read. They're not something that is a little bit more difficult. If anybody has actually gotten a hold of our rules, probably knows they're not the best to be able to look at and read all the time. It's just sort of a little bit more difficult to be able to follow the text of it. We've cleaned that up and made things a lot logical in there, so they're a lot easier to find things, a lot easier to read. Here's the portions of the rules that were actually taken out, that were taken out of the rules itself, the old rules that we had. These are the things out there, and most of them, as you can see in there, had to do with things that were probably you've heard about and were discussed in the news. The wind velocity restriction was taken out. A lot of what we had in there is we had a lot of what I would consider to be superfluous language that was included in the rules that we took out, especially when it had to deal with seed crops. There was a lot of extra language in there that we really didn't need. And there was a lot of extra language that was related to chemigation that we felt that we didn't really need in there as well. And the rest of the areas, the hazard areas, that was more of an aviation thing that we took out of there. What is the significant changes that we have to the applicators out there? Well, here's a list of things that we had out there for the applicators. First thing is you're going to notice is that what we've proposed is we're going to make the changes to from the lawn safety to core, of obviously the inclusion of the aerial applicator category, making our commodity pest a non-fumigation category, bringing up the area space fumigation as an actual fumigation category. We also did a lot more definition to the structure of our categories, and that predominantly relates to those categories you see there on the screen: OH, OI, GP, CP, and RC. We also proposed a different category, a brand new category there, which is called the commercial apprentice category. So these are a lot of changes that happened out there. Basically, our category changes, our basic category changes of aerial applicator and area fumigation, those were pretty much changed because of the changes we needed to do and were mandated by FIFRA. Those were the ones that we really needed to get a hold of. It really doesn't affect all of the applicator categories that we have out there in the effect that it doesn't change a heck of a lot of things that we do, other than there's some redefining of some of the categories that in there. For instance, the area fumigation category is an actual fumigation category, and that's the one you're going to use for everything but soil fumigation. And some of the other ones, you're not going to be able to do fumigation operation. So that does affect the scope of some of the categories in which we're dealing with. We did add, again, some of the categories that I already talked about in there. And here are the category changes that we're going to talk about a little bit that's going to come up, and you're going to need to know about these. First off, I did mention that we do have a proposal to change the lawn safety to what we call an applicator core. Now, the applicator core is a common description for what we used to call lawn safety, and the applicator core is more of a current description that's used around the country to be able to describe a basic instruction of simply safety, law, and some other applicator basics. So we're bringing ourselves a little bit more in line in what's happening in the United States. It will cover those issues such as pesticide safety, pesticide law, environmental stewardship, and some other very, very applicable general pesticide application information. Now, the thing is that with the other change that's going to happen is that once we make this into effect, or once it does go into effect, the applicator core will be applicable to all pesticide categories, not just some of the categories. The law and safety was applicable to only a limited number of categories, the ones that they needed it. And we had some things called independent categories that had the law and safety built into it. The issue with that was that it was a little bit confusing to try to figure out, especially if you're a new applicator, did you have to take the law and safety or you didn't? Under this new system, everybody will need to take the applicator core. Everybody will have to take that, so there will be no confusion on that one. Some other category changes that we have in here is the aerial pest control and also some of the area or space fumigation category. Let's talk about the aerial pest control. Now, the aerial pest control is one that's mandated by the changes to FIFRA. They wanted a separate category, and I think this is a good category, especially for aerial applicators who need to travel from state to state to state, and they need a more applicable and more cohesive category so that can go from one to state to state to state. So we have that there. That's going to make it a lot easier for an applicator from, let's say, down in the southern regions that are tested under the same standards to come up to Idaho to be able to apply. The interesting thing about this category is, as it is proposed right now, it is a standalone category. In other words, if you have the aerial applicator category, you do not need to take any other category in order to qualify for the application of that pesticide itself. You just need that simple category and you can be able to do that. It is required for professional applicators, obviously, but also if we do have some private applicators out there that do use an aircraft to be able to apply their pesticides, they will also need this category as well. So this is one that's been in the mix for quite a while, and finally we're getting something on this one. The other one is the area or space fumigation category. And basically what happened as far as the changes to FIFRA, there was a lot of emphasis on fumigation, not just soil fumigation, but other types of fumigations that are out there. Idaho does a significant amount of soil fumigation, and as such, we do have soil fumigation that happens in a specific category for that, which meets federal standards. Idaho was one of the states that was instrumental, in fact, in developing those standards and being able to put that so that we have a good reciprocity between our states, adjoining states that do a lot of fumigation. Be that as it is, we didn't really want to mess with the soil fumigation portion of that and maybe put that reciprocity into jeopardy. To do that and also cover the other types of fumigations out there, we created a new category called the area fumigation or space fumigation category. This will take care of all fumigations that are not specifically soil fumigations. So in other words, what we're talking about is space fumigations of grain facilities, containers, tankers, any of these rail cars, any of these types of situations. We're also going to throw in there the rodent control fumigation as well, and that will be part of that. Again, just like the aerial pest control, if you do these types of fumigation as a private applicator, you will need to have this endorsement or take this test before you can actually do that application. The next ones we do out there is we're trying to clean up some of the categories that we have out there. First one is the rodent control out there. Now the rodent control was originally designed for field rodents out there, and we're getting more specific into making sure that that's specifically for the control of field rodents, or in other words, the non-urban, non-commercial building type of rodent controls that are out there. So we're talking about more of an ag type of category than what the other ones is. As far as the commodity pest control is concerned, commodity pest control, as it was, it used to be a fumigation category. In other words, we had a number of questions in there that pertain to the application of aluminum phosphide, which is a predominant fumigant product for Idaho. So the people with the CP or the commodities pest category, they could actually do those applications, and they would be well within that category to do that. If we get the new categories established, the area fumigation and it will be the one that will be needed for this category itself. Now, because all the current pesticide applicators have gone through the testing for the aluminum phosphide fumigation application, they will be awarded AF automatically should this go through, so that they don't have to retest under the new category standards. Couple other ones that we're going to have. First off is the livestock pest control. There wasn't a lot of people that had the livestock pest control. It was a fairly vague way that we had that written up in our rules. The other thing was there's a lot of operations that we used to have in livestock pest control that we just simply don't have anymore. One of them was the operation of dip tanks. There's nobody that uses dip tanks as that I know of anymore. But what actually does happen for livestock pest control is controlling nuisance flies in and around agricultural operations, and to be more specific, livestock facilities. This will be a big one that will catch that category as well. Previously, it was a little bit hard to determine what category that livestock pest control would take, or the control of those nuisance flies. It will now be in livestock pest control. The next thing I want to talk to you about is the commercial apprentice. Now, this is a concept that we've been tossing around for a number of years, or a category very similar to commercial apprentice, and this is what we came up with. But we've been talking about this one for a number of years, is how do we get an unlicensed pesticide applicator to be able to make applications with a certain minimum standard of knowledge, but make those applications without having a direct supervisor there to be able to watch that. And we've come up with what we've called the commercial apprentice. Now, the commercial apprentice is available in only certain numbers of categories. Predominantly is going to be for the agricultural categories of AI, AH. It's going to be the ornamental categories of OH and OI and GP, and it's also going to be for right-of-way. These are the categories that can actually do a commercial apprentice. Couple of the things that the commercial apprentice is going to have to do before we can award this type of license, and it will be an actual license. First off is that the person has to pass the applicator core examination. That will prove that that person has a minimum amount of knowledge to be able to apply the pesticides that we've restricted as far as the applicator is concerned. Second thing is they can only apply general use pesticide. They cannot apply restricted use pesticide unless they have a direct supervision or an on-site supervision from an appropriately licensed pesticide applicator. They also, when they are making any of the pesticide applications, must have active communications with the supervising applicator. So in other words, that means by phone, by radio, by some other means, they have to be actively in communications with that applicator. And they cannot apply any total vegetation product or soil residual control product out there, any pesticide like that. They cannot make soil injection applications, and they cannot make a plant injection application that's out there. Those are the restrictions as far as the chemicals are concerned. We had a lot of discussion about this next one, about how long would the commercial apprentice license actually be valid. And what we came up with is that it will be valid for a 1 year maximum period. So it's going to be up on, unless this changes, and I'll cover that later, but it will be valid. It's going to be up on the businesses that put people in for the apprentice, how long this license is going to be valid for. And we're going to be talking about this as far as like a calendar type of year. So this is one of those things that we have to, I'll explain a little bit more a little bit later. The next thing, as far as the private applicators are concerned, there are some minor changes that you have to deal with. First off is that in addition to the chemigation license and the soil fumigation license, those were the two categories that you had to have previous to this in the old rules. In the new proposed rules, if you want to do aerial application yourself, you're going to have that endorsement, or if you want to have area fumigation or space fumigation, you're going to have that one too. Realistically, all the other licensing procedures for private applicators, they just simply remain the same. They're the same. There's very little except for the addition of a couple of those categories that go in for the private applicators. Other rule issues that we have out there, there's not a lot of changes that affect other things. For instance, there's really no change to any of the dealer rules out there. They're solid. There's no requirement to change our dealer licenses or anything from FIFRA, so those are changed. We did not advocate for any change in the current fee structure, so those will remain the same. There are no changes to our product registration, either in our procedure or in what is required as far as our rules are concerned. So those things will stay the same for the other people out there. The next thing I'll talk about is unlicensed applicator. Now, this was a big point of discussion for the people in EPA, that when we were talking about the changes to FIFRA, was how are we going to ensure the safety of our unlicensed pesticide applicators that are out there making their applications. So our rules have to outline procedures for unlicensed applicators applying restricted use pesticide. We have to have those in there by mandate of FIFRA. So what we have in there is that it only applies to the professional applications. In other words, if you belong to a business, if you're making professional applications out there, these will apply to your unlicensed applicators. The private applicators already have this adequate safeguards in there to be able to let their unlicensed applicators be able to apply their restricted use pesticides on to the private applicators' land under their supervision. So we did not need to deal with that one. We did not need to change any of those. We only had to deal with the professional applicators. Now, here are the issues that we have to deal with when we're dealing with our unlicensed applicators in a professional setting, okay? If they're applying a restricted use pesticide, they have to do a couple things. First off, they have to maintain competency, or they have to show competency in a lot of different things, but predominantly in safety issues. So they have to pass either the commercial apprentice examination, or they have to, or the core examination, the core examination, or they have to go through the EPA standard handler training, approved EPA standard handler training. And also, when they are doing the application, the appropriately licensed pesticide applicator will need to be on site with them. And again, we have given the example in definition of what on site is. So essentially, they have to be on site with that applicator in a position to make any correction actions or stop an application. In essence, on that, you can take a look at the online for the rules, and in the rules, proposed rules, there'll be that definition there. They also cannot perform any aerial applications or any fumigations applications. Those are two things that probably it's not really capable to supervise these applications out there. And I believe on fumigation applications, especially if you're talking about soil fumigations, I do not believe that you can actually be an applicator on there unless you actually have a category that requires that. So that's one of the things that the apprentice cannot do, not the apprentice, but the unlicensed applicator cannot do. Getting into our significant issues and wrapping this all up out there, there are some significant issues that are still out there, and we all have to take a look at those. First of all is that, as our division operations is concerned, just to recap on that one, we are doing the same things as we were doing pre-COVID. Some of them may take just slightly longer, just simply because of the staffing level and us being under telecommuting, but we're still doing the same thing that we're doing. The inspections are still happening, and they're occurring as they would normally occur. So we do have our inspectors out. They're out and about making sure things are happening correctly. And just like I said earlier, our precautions for disease avoidance are in effect for the division and for the department. So there are some changes that have been done to accommodate our current situation. Rulemaking. Again, we're going to be this rulemaking process that we're under. Again, we have our proposed rules up on the website, but remember, those are proposed rules. They were proposed and they were changed and they were modified through the negotiated rulemaking process. They still need to go before the legislature in the 2021 session. So it's not final yet. And again, if you have taken a look at the rules and you need to make comments on those, you can certainly do so. And that's going to be, comments when they come up for either verification or if they're going to pass those and put those as actual rules themselves. So be aware of that. They are just proposed rules, and if you do have comments for them or if you want to see changes made, you can still try to affect that in the future. Now, again, the proposed rules, like I said, they are proposed and any portion of them may be changed. It just depends on what happens in the legislature session and what the legislators want to do with the rules itself. As far as some other issues we have out here, pollinator protection still continues to be a very, very big issue. And again, there's good reason for that, because there's been a lot of different things that's been on tap as far as pollinators are concerned that we do as growers and applicators need to pay attention to. We still have some issues when we're talking about label warnings for insecticides, but we do have some of those herbicides and maybe even some of the fungicides that may have specific language in there for pollinator protection. If they do, make sure that you're paying attention to those warnings out there, because those are mandated on the label. And if they're on the label, then they're basically a portion of what you have to do as a pesticide applicator to follow the label directions. Currently, we only have label restrictions as far as our pollinator protection plan. We do not have any legislative mandates. In other words, we don't have anything that's legislated in rule or statute. The label is the restrictions, and you do, as applicators, do need to follow those labels. So make sure that you're paying attention to those labels and watching for those pollinator protection areas. Drift reduction always seems to come up to the forefront when we're dealing with pesticide applications, and that's another thing that we have to deal with again. That's still a big issue out there. In particular, those pesticide application methods that tend to create a large number of fines that are out there, such as your aerial applicators, such as your air blast sprayers and other sprayers of similar type. Your potential for damage is very high under those application techniques. So you really do have to pay attention to what the label says, number one, and number two, how you're setting up your application, when and time of the day that the applications are being done. Really have to watch those wind speed restrictions, and you also have to watch what sensitive areas you have around you. Those are some really big things. It doesn't make it any easier for any of the applicators out there, even if they're not using a method that's prone to pesticide drift, that we certainly have a number of properties that are converted from traditional farmland into residential or urban types of properties out there. With those situations, you have more people, you have more exposure, things of that nature. Again, watch those areas around you, and if there's some new sensitive areas that are coming in, such as your residential properties, maybe you've got a daycare coming in, maybe you've got a care facility, the proper precautions that you can, because the concern has always been with the exposure of the pesticide to outside of the application area. Watch what those things are, make sure that you're paying attention to the label and pay attention to the application. Okay, now in summary, to sum it all up, we've covered a lot of areas here, and so this, hopefully you've got, you can remember it all, but just to let you know, remember the main points of my presentation was that our division is continuing to operate just as it has before. And if you have any questions or if you need to know some more information, by all means, give us a call or give us an email. We'll be more than happy to address what your concerns are. The change in FIFRA is going to happen. It's going to definitely happen. It's going to take some time before we get all of the changes in there and make sure that they are. But remember, our current certification plan will need to be changed. It's up at EPA, being reviewed right now. There may be some additional changes that may be mandated for us to do, but we won't know that till later. So this may still be a 4 to 6 year process once we get approved. We do have our proposed rules in for chemigation and pesticide use. It's on our website. Please go in there and take a look at it if you're so inclined to figure out what was changed in there and how the rules are. If you need to have a comparison with what the old rules were as opposed to the proposed rules are, make sure you give us a call and we'll be more than happy to get some information out there to you. And just remember, our state certification plans, our pesticide and chemigation rules, and pollination protection and drift reductions are still very, very much hot topics out there, especially when you're talking the drift reduction. That's with the more and more people that are coming into the valley, more and more people that are coming into this area, into Idaho in general. I mean, not just the valley, but in Idaho in general. these are things that we really have to pay attention to, especially when we're talking drift reduction. So be wary of that, be mindful of that, and make sure that you're taking proper precautions whenever you make a pesticide application. And with that, now this is when I'm going to call for questions, but basically what's going to happen is that in your questions, if you do have questions, you can comment to those in chat, or you can email your questions to me as far as what your questions are, or you can email them to the host and they'll get them to me. And I promise you that I will answer those questions and get you a response back. So with that, thank you very much for listening to my presentation today. Again, my name is Sherm Takatori. I'm working for the Idaho State Department of Agriculture. I am a pesticide program manager in the Division of Agricultural Resources.